Chapter 2467. Golden body crushed the ice and snow that filled the sky exploded. No matter how strong the ice was, it couldn't hurt Yi Fei's body. No matter how fierce the ancient demon was, it couldn't break Yi Fei's will. Yi Fei's fist contained a trace of the will of heaven and earth. It condensed into a cauldron and smashed forward continuously. It also smashed apart the ice walls that were condensed into mountains. Nalan Shuiyao's expression also became serious at this moment. Suddenly, the roar of an ancient demon came from the void. Nalan Shuiyao took a big step forward. His body had completely demonized. His body was covered with hard ice armor. His hands turned into the claws of a giant ice beast. The most terrifying thing was that Nalan Shuiyao's demonic aura was demonic and evil. It was filled with the strangeness and tyranny of the demon race. Roar! Nalan Shuiyao waved his sharp claws and collided with Yi Fei's fist. The cold and sharp aura froze the void and then cracked it open. Yi Fei's fist suddenly condensed cauldrons of heaven and earth. These cauldrons were stronger and fiercer than the previous one, who said that he could only condense sword cauldrons. With the help of the ancient gods, Yi Fei's cauldrons were no longer restricted to form. He could condense any cauldron he wanted. Besides sword cauldrons, he could also condense fist cauldrons, saber cauldrons, spear cauldrons, staff cauldrons. 6 different cauldrons were condensed in Yi Fei's hand and then smashed forward. Nalan Shuiyao also roared. He was like an ancient monster that had gone berserk. The ice and snow claws in his hands became even fiercer and fiercer. Every time he waved his claws, they were filled with the ferocity of an ancient monster. This caused the Nalan family and Death Battle Palace martial artists to tremble with fear. This was because the demonified Nalan Shuiyao was far too terrifying. He was a true ancient monster. Yi Fei, since you aren't willing to hand over the opportunity, then don't blame me for not giving you face. The Big Dipper stars moved. Just as Yi Fei and Nalan Shuiyao were fighting, Jiang Hui was unwilling to be left out. He finally broke through Yi Fei's destructive sword light and attacked. Bai Shizhong's expression changed. He didn't care about recovering his Xian Qi and was about to attack. Yi Fei, leave quickly. Even Zhang Feng couldn't stop Nalan Shuiyao and Jiang Hui from teaming up. How could Yi Fei really fight the two of them alone? What's more, Yi Fei's cultivation level was clearly at a disadvantage. Seeing that Bai Shizhong was about to move, some of the Dao monarchs following the two of them wanted to stop him. But at that moment, Snow Demon Nalan suddenly let out a pained roar. Although the Demon Emperor's scripture was powerful, it was still lacking compared to Yi Fei's Ghost God Sky suppressing art, which the ancient god had personally helped him cultivate. Even if it was demon transformation, under the continuous bombardment of the 6 heavenly cauldron, the ice and snow in the sky were shattered once again. Similarly, Nalan Shuiyao's ice beast claws were also shattered. How was this possible? Nalan Shui had been defeated. Even though he had already transformed into an ancient Fei, he was still no match for Yi Fei. The hearts of the Nalan clan's martial artists trembled. Only Nalan Shuiyao's eyes were still as cold as ice. This is what you gain from the ancient god's memory. I admit that it is very powerful, but I will never lose. Even if I lose, you will lose more miserably than me. Now, he had only lost his martial arts. What he would lose next would be his life. This was because when Snow Demon Nalan Shuiyao couldn't hold on any longer and retreated with injuries, Jiang Hui's Big Dipper mystical fist had already condensed into a 7-star straight line. It had gathered a total of 7 times the attack power and ruthlessly smashed into Yi Fei's back. However, this punch didn't manage to hurt Yi Fei. At the critical moment, a layer of purple gold flames lit up Yi Fei's entire body like a torch. Ancient God Golden Body, Mortal Evolution State. As the name implied, this was the process of shedding one's mortal body and cultivating a divine body. Although Jiang Hui's Big Dipper mystical fist was very powerful, there was still a certain gap between it and the invincible ancient God Golden Body. Bang! 7 consecutive attacks landed on the same spot, but too much energy was annihilated by the sword light. When it finally landed on Yi Fei's body, there wasn't much power left. Kill! In the void, Yi Fei roared. He didn't care about Jiang Hui's attacks. His gaze was fixed on the retreating snow demon Nalan Shui Yao. The six-path sky cauldron appeared once again and smashed out continuously. The inexplicable sense of impending death made snow demon Nalan Shui Yao roar in anger. His entire body ignited with demonic blood and condensed into a demonic emperor. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao turned into a stream of light and rushed out to block the light from the six-path sky cauldron. However, in just an instant, the ancient demon formed by the stream of light was blasted into pieces by the six-path sky cauldron. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao screamed in agony and spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale as he was blasted into the ice mountain he had condensed. This ice mountain actually melted rapidly. It turned into a vast sea of water. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao's furious voice could be heard from the water. Yi Fei, when my demon emperor sutra reaches greater mastery, I will wash away today's humiliation. There's no need to wait for the future. Right now, I will get rid of you two stray dogs blocking my path. The golden body shone brightly as it continued to block Jiang Hui's Big Dipper fist. Yi Fei completely ignored Jiang Hui's attacks. He just stared at snow demon Nalan Shui Yao and chased after him. The six-path sky cauldron directly descended. Without even looking, it was already aimed at the northeast corner of the sea. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao's figure immediately rushed out of the sea and spat out blood. Downward Leaf Fiend, stay your hand. Sir Snow Fiend is the most important genius of our Nalan clan. If you kill him, you'll be making an enemy out of the entire Nalan clan. The Downward of the Nalan clan frantically called out. Hearing this, Yi Fei coldly laughed. It's not like I haven't offended the Nalan family before. Since you dare to rob me, you should be prepared to be robbed by me instead. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao, hand over the Demon Emperor Sutra and I won't chase after you. If you don't hand it over, I will slaughter you like a demonic beast. Pooh! Before Yi Fei could finish speaking, Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao had already spat out blood. He even dared to scheme against Zhang Feng and even had the upper hand. Who would have thought that he would be defeated by Yi Fei and be about to be robbed and killed instead? Demon Leaf, I'd rather die than be humiliated. Nalan Shui was quite unyielding, but the many Dao Lords by his side all had ashen faces. One of them called out, "Calm down, young master. Where there's life, there's hope. Since you have already learned the Demon Emperor's Sutra, give it to him for now. Your life is more important." Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao's expression changed. He looked at Jiang Hui, who could not cause much damage to Yi Fei, and then at the six-path sky cauldron that Yi Fei formed again. Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao's heart trembled. In the end, he endured the humiliation. With a pale face, he took out an ancient book and threw it into the distance. The Demon Emperor's Sutra is inside. If you want it, go get it yourself. Bastard, Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao. How dare you trick me? Unable to break through the golden body's defense, Jiang Hui no longer had the intention to be the Oriole. He only wanted to escape while Yi Fei was chasing Snow demon Nalan Shui Yao. Chapter 2468. Facing Zhang Feng screaming, Nalan Shui Yao transformed into a rock and soared into the void. Behind him, the six heavenly cauldron and the Big Dipper fist roared. However, compared to the heavenly cauldron's divine light, the Big Dipper's light was too weak. It was like a candle in the wind. Before it could burn much, the wind would extinguish the candle. Jiang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with shock. The golden body of the heavenly palace of despair can't be this strong. Even a half-step divine lord can't block my Big Dipper fist. Why can't it break through your defense? Because you're too weak. Dong! Yi Fei stepped into the air and grabbed the ancient book in front of Jiang Hui. This book emitted a trace of the ancient god's aura. Clearly, this was what Nalan Shui Yao had obtained from the ancient god's memories. As the first to enter, he had obtained the ancient god's essence blood and seen the ancient god's remnant soul. And as the second to enter, Nailan Shui Yao had obtained an ancient book. Then, what would the third to enter, Zhan Feng, obtain? As for Jiang Hui, what did he get? Thinking of this, Yi Fei's cold gaze suddenly turned to Jiang Hui. What treasure did you obtain in the land of the ancient god? Hand it over, and I'll let you off this once on account of Senior Shui Tuesday. After all, Jiang Hui was from the Death Arena Palace. The Death Arena belonged to the Death Arena Palace. Moreover, Yin Bing was still cultivating in the Death Arena Palace. That was why Yi Fei had let him off. Hearing this, Jiang Hui spat out a mouthful of blood. One had to know that his original plan was to join forces with Nailan Shui Yao to capture Yi Fei and interrogate him about the ancient god's fortuitous encounter. At the same time, he would also cut off Zhan Feng's opportunity. But now, not only did he fail to be the Oriole, he was kicked down by Yi Fei and became a prisoner. Jiang Hui was so angry that his lips trembled. You don't want to speak? Then there's no point in keeping you alive. Do you really think that I don't dare to kill you? Yi Fei had lost his patience. He suddenly raised the black gold emperor's sword and stabbed again. Don't kill me. What I got was a Xianyang martial fruit. It was because I ate it that I was able to practice the Big Dipper magical fist. If you want it, I can give it to you. Jiang Hui seemed to have accepted his fate. He actually wanted to impart the Big Dipper mystical fist to Yi Fei. Yi Fei did not refuse and coldly shouted, "Hand it over. It's in my belt. You can take it away at any time." Jiang Hui lowered his head, his tone dejected. Only his eyes flashed with a deep cold light. Then he felt his body lighten. The spatial belt had fallen into Yi Fei's hands. In it, Yi Fei found a large amount of mystic meridian pills and an ancient book called the Big Dipper Magical Fist. However, Yi Fei did not take the initiative to look at it, as Jiang Hui had expected. Instead, he broke the seal on the entire belt on the spot and looked at Jiang Hui indifferently. Do you think that because I am an independent cultivator, I will crave your Big Dipper Magical Fist and can't wait to look at it? You don't have to deny it. I know what you mean. You want to use the Big Dipper Magical Fist as bait to make me look at it and practice it. Then, you will attract the Death Battle Palace's crazy pursuit. After all, this cultivation technique is the Death Battle Palace's ultimate technique. If I learn it, the Death Battle Palace will chase me to the ends of the earth. It's a pity that this kind of cultivation technique is not good enough for me. In front of Jiang Hui, Yi Fei took out the manual of the Big Dipper Magical Fist. Suddenly, he swung his sword and cut the manual in half. He kept one half in his hand and suddenly threw the other half out. At the same time, he deliberately shouted, "Jiang Hui, listen carefully. I have already divided the Death Battle Palace's ultimate technique, the Big Dipper Magical Fist, into 2 parts. I will throw one part to the crowd for them to comprehend. I will keep the other part with me for you to redeem. If you don't redeem it, or if the Death Battle Palace dares to chase after me, I guarantee that I will announce the other part to the entire Divine Prefecture. If you don't want to redeem it, or if the Death Battle Palace dares to chase after me, you'll have to use 5 million Xian veins to redeem it." Coincidentally, Yi Fei needed 5 million Xian veins to successfully cultivate the ancient god golden body of the Divine Lord realm. After all, the number of Xian veins to choose was too large. He and Xiao Qiao, the dragon tortoise, were 2 people and 1 tortoise. They were all big consumers of Xian veins. If Jiang Hui had not blocked his way, Yi Fei would have been worried to death. Looking at Jiang Hui now, Yi Fei suddenly found him pleasing to the eye. When Jiang Hui heard this, his face turned ashen. He looked at Yi Fei as if he was looking at the most terrifying demon in the world. It should be known that when Jiang Hui gave the Big Dipper Fist to Yi Fei, he did not have good intentions. But now, not only did he not harm Yi Fei, it was very likely that he would become the eternal center of the Death Battle Palace for the Big Dipper Fist to be circulated everywhere. Jiang Hui was so angry that his entire body trembled. He could not catch his breath and vomited blood on the spot before he fainted. The other Dao Lords of the Death Battle Palace did not rush over to save Jiang Hui. Instead, they moved frantically, hoping to snatch back the other half of the Big Dipper Fist that Yi Fei had thrown away to prevent the cultivation technique from being leaked. However, before they could rush over, The other half of the fist manual that had been thrown away suddenly flipped on its own. At the same time, the words on the manual turned into huge golden characters that flew into the sky one by one. They formed half of the cultivation technique of the Big Dipper fist in the void. Naturally, this was Yi Fei's handiwork. Since Jiang Hui wanted to play, he might as well play it big. Jiang Hui, who had pretended to faint from anger, stole a glance at the golden characters in the sky. He was finally enraged and almost died on the spot. He opened his mouth and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Don't look. This is the ultimate technique of the Death Battle Palace. No one is allowed to look at it. The Dao Lords of the Death Battle Palace rushed into the sky with all their might, trying to erase the words on the manual. Unfortunately, before they could rush up, countless divine senses had already reached them. They memorized those golden words in their minds. Bai Shizhong's eyes widened in shock. That works too? In the future, as long as the remaining half of the fist manual is in Yi Fei's hands, not only will the Death Battle Palace not dare to kill Yi Fei, but they will also have to protect Yi Fei carefully and prevent him from being killed. They will also prevent the complete Big Dipper fist from being leaked. He is so treacherous, but he always calls himself an honest person. Indeed, my sister has been led astray by him. Oh, right, sister. Thinking of Bai Yanran, who had been captured, Bai Shizhong immediately became nervous. He rushed over and shouted, Yi Fei, Yanran is still in Zhang Feng's hands. Let's go. All right. Yi Fei no longer looked at Jiang Hui, who was lying on the ground. He also ignored the covetous gazes of the Dao Lords of the Death Battle Palace. Just like that, he took Bai Shizhong with him and left this sacred mountain at the fastest speed possible. They rushed to the next sacred mountain. That was also the highest sacred mountain in the entire land of the ancient god. At the peak of the sacred mountain, a figure that resembled a golden god of war was sitting cross-legged in the void, cultivating silently. Suddenly, Zhang Feng seemed to sense something. His eyes suddenly emitted an intense golden light as he stared at the distant sky. Yi Fei, you're finally here. Today, I'll let you know that your luck is not as good as mine. I'm born strong. Boom. Chapter 2469. Clash of the Divine Mountains. Yi Fei's lips curled into a cold smile when he heard Zhang Feng's words. He was fearless and treated the numerous Dao Lords around the sacred mountain as air. There was only one person in his eyes, and that was Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng, I'm coming. Let go of Bai Yanran. I'll fight it out with you. Yi Fei said calmly. His sharp gaze suddenly pierced through the crowd and looked at Shui Qinxiu and Jian Sansheng, who were controlling Bai Yanran. It was just a look, but it made the two of them shudder. They couldn't help but tighten their grip on Bai Yanran's arms. Jian Sansheng shouted angrily with hatred. What are you looking at? We'll let her go immediately after you and Zhang Feng decide the winner. If you dare to run away halfway, we'll tear her clothes off on the spot. How dare you? She was his sister after all. Bai Shizhong was completely enraged. His body turned into countless phantoms and rushed toward Jian Sansheng. Shui Qinxiu, who was beside him, smiled coldly. Suddenly, the sky-ripping sword spirit appeared behind him. The whistling sword light cut through space and instantly killed a large number of phantoms that Bai Shizhong had created. Yi Fei's gaze hardened. He understood that Shui Qinxiu and Jian Sansheng were merely Zhang Feng's accomplices. He immediately looked up at the peak of the sacred mountain. I'll fight you. Can you guarantee Bai Yanran's safety? Of course, Zhang Feng, disdain attacking a woman. Capturing her was just a means to force you to show yourself. Yi Fei, not only did you reject me, you even angered me. Therefore, you will have to suffer the wrath of the Battle King. Zhang Feng was directly enraged. In response to his rage, the entire God Mountain collapsed into countless boulders, each of which was the size of a meteor. They whistled through the air and glowed with divine light. It was like a meteor shower that suddenly appeared in front of Yi Fei. Boom! It was also at this moment that Yi Fei unsheathed his sword. The black golden monarch sword emitted a dazzling light. This light transformed into a sea of blood, filled with life and death. It slaughtered all living things and also destroyed the countless meteor rain. A cold smile appeared at the corner of Zhang Feng's mouth. How can my divine power be so easily broken by you? I'll let you witness my original divine power, heavenly treasure, turning stone into gold. Kill, 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 kill. Zhang Feng spat out the word kill 7 times in a row, forming countless golden gung lights. Anything that came into contact with this light would be turned into a metal plate, and the air would become sharp. An ancient tree would be turned into a metal-like ironwood, and a whistling meteor would be turned into a piece of iron by this light. It was as if a real meteor had appeared between heaven and earth, carrying flames and intense divine light. It actually shattered the sea of blood formed by Yi Fei's sword of slaughter. Jiang Hui, who had quietly rushed over to watch the battle, was so shocked that his face turned ashen. Nailan Shui Yao, who was in another snowy region, also frowned deeply. Besides them, this peak battle had also attracted the attention of all the martial artists in the land of the ancient god. Those who had not died had extended their divine senses to watch the terrifying battle. Perhaps this battle would decide the first place of the Earth Carnage leaderboard. Therefore, no one noticed that a crazy person was running over from the darkness in the distance. This person was none other than Mad Dog, who had fallen into madness. However, unlike the pure slaughter at the beginning, Mad Dog's aura was crazier, and his eyes carried a clear light. The world is crazy. I'm the only one awake. The world is awake. I'm the only one crazy. Mad Dog raised his head and sang. Like a real lunatic, he suddenly rushed in the direction of Jian Sansheng. Jian Sansheng was furious. You're just a commoner. Since you're crazy, you should get lost. Why come here and make a fool of yourself? Jian Sansheng, who do you think you are? The crown prince of the Sword Country is nothing in my eyes. Wu Jie appeared behind Mad Dog. Unlike Mad Dog's madness, Wu Jie's temperament was arrogance. He was more arrogant than the heavens and more arrogant than the earth. In fact, when he heard that Bai Yanran was captured and that Bai Shizhong was being hunted down, Mad Dog woke up from his crazy state and hid near the sacred mountain. Only Zhang Feng's existence made them unable to make a move. It was only when Yi Fei appeared and fought with Zhang Feng that they finally found a chance to save Bai Yanran. Xue Qianxiu was prepared for this. With his roar, the nearby Dao lords who had joined the Battle Edge Alliance released their dark force and quickly formed a military formation. They planned to capture Wu Jie and Mad Dog in one fell swoop. Suddenly, a fierce, cold wind began to howl through the skies. The cold wind quickly transformed into icicles that froze the world and the Dao lords who were in the midst of forming an army. Many of them had grim looks on their faces. Icy Chi, could it be Demon Nailan Shui? It's not me. Somewhere in the snowy region, Demon Nailan Shui was like an ancient demon. Her eyes were fixed on a beautiful woman who walked out of the ice and snow. With every step this woman took, the world became colder. After 10 steps, the world began to freeze, and the ground instantly froze. Although the range of this cold chi was not as exaggerated as Demon Nailan Shui's freezing of hundreds of thousands of miles, Demon Nailan Shui could not do it. However, there was something that Nailan Shui Yao could not do. That was the conversion of ice and fire. Many warriors only felt a bone-piercing chill. Following that, their bodies actually ignited with raging flames that soared into the sky. At this moment, the ice-cold woman seemed to have turned into a goddess of fire. With just a thought, the world could be frozen and the world could be set ablaze. The hand that held by Yanran was in intense pain. By the time Xue Qianxiu reacted, his entire arm had been set ablaze. Frightened, Xue Qianxiu hurriedly released the sky-splitting sword qi, tearing apart the surrounding cold qi and fire qi. Bai Yanran, who had regained her freedom, finally had a chance to speak. She could not help but look at the woman who was like ice and fire in horror. It's her. It's Xiao Yu. In the void, Yi Fei's heart also trembled. He subconsciously lowered his head and looked at the ice and fire. There was a familiar voice inside, smiling brightly at him. I'll leave Zhang Feng to you. Leave the others to me. Do you know that doing this will implicate you? Yi Fei shook his head. He did not want Zhao Yu to be hurt. Zhao Yu stubbornly shook her head. As long as it's for you, I'm willing to become enemies with the entire heaven realm. Zhao Yu's gaze was fixed on Yi Fei. Yi Fei's gaze was also fixed on Zhao Yu. At this moment, the two suddenly understood each other's hearts. Seeing this scene, Bai Yanran was happy, but she did not know why, but two streams of cold tears flowed down her cheeks. Sister, let it go. Chapter 2470. The Battle of the Pinnacle. What was even stranger was that there was a sharp laughter coming from the evil light. Ha ha! By Shizhong, I will take your life and your sister's life. That evil light suddenly blossomed into countless fine silver needles, which instantly broke through by Shizhong's protective profound energy and were about to seal by Shizhong's cultivation. In the distance, the ice and fire phoenixes suddenly appeared behind Zhao Yu and cried out together. Phoenix cry, heaven and earth, divine king chaos. Zhao Yu controlled the ice with one hand, freezing the countless silver needles. He controlled the fire with the other, forming a flaming divine saber. He slashed at the strange, evil light in front of him. A sharp roar came from the light. Zhao Yu, how dare you stop me? Don't think that I won't dare to touch you, just because Chu Yinrenzu dotes on you. The demonic, evil light condensed, and Du Chong's figure appeared. However, the current Du Chong was not only demonic, but also filled with the devilish charm of a woman. He raised his hand, and silver needles rained down like a waterfall. Sunflower scripture, heavens will silver needles. I will stab you little bitches to death. Du Chong laughed sharply. In the past, when he was a eunuch, he tried to hide it. However, this time, after obtaining the Sunflower Treasure Codex from the ancient gods' memories, Du Chong did not hide it. Instead, he was filled with a strong fighting spirit. Even his personality was twisted to a certain extent. Master is right. It's good that I don't have that thing. At least my 6 senses will be clean, and I will kill you little bitches and vixens. Ha ha! In the void, there was a string of words that could charm all living things. Even women would blush if they heard it. However, when they thought that it was Du Chong who made such a sound, half of the cultivators present vomited. The remaining half were all furious. However, no one had the time to stop Du Chong. Most of the people present were staring at the whistling meteor storm in the sky and the destructive sword light that could tear apart heaven and earth. Yi Fei and Zhan Feng were still fighting, and it was getting more and more intense. It was as if two gods and demons were constantly colliding and killing each other in the void. Many people even had the illusion that they were in the memories of the ancient gods. Without a doubt, Yi Fei and Zhan Feng were both true geniuses. The competition for the Earth Carnage rankings this time around would absolutely be more intense and bloody than any previous Earth Carnage rankings. Originally, many people were certain that the #1 spot on the Earth Carnage rankings would belong to none other than Zhan Feng. But at this moment, a huge variable had appeared. Yi Fei actually had the ability to fight against Zhan Feng. Then, would he be able to defeat Zhan Feng and obtain the position of the top ranker? Everyone was waiting with bated breath. Zhan Feng also roared continuously. Zhan Feng's bloodline ignited, and the image of the battle monarch clearly appeared behind him. He discovered that the meteorite alone was unable to consume Yi Fei's sword light. Kill! The image of the battle monarch grabbed with its bare hands, and it actually grabbed a vast mountain from the ground. The whistling golden light turned stone into gold, and the mountain instantly turned into an iron mountain. Endless chi of aged gold erupted from the mountain range. It was also like a divine seal of heaven and earth, and it ruthlessly pressed down on Yi Fei's body. Dong! At the crucial moment, Yi Fei's undying emperor's sword tore apart the huge iron mountain. The sword chi on his body was like a demon, and his killing intent was boiling. The vast sea of blood and the light of desolation slashed out continuously, and then merged in the void, forming a special sword of desolation that slashed forward. It also shocked the eyes of countless martial artists. Everyone knew that martial artists could only possess one natural mystique. But Yi Fei actually broke the norm and possessed two natural mystiques at the same time. Even Zhang Feng was shocked at this point. Then he laughed wildly. Yi Fei, you really didn't disappoint me. The current you is qualified to see my true strength. I will show you what it means to be innately strong. Weapon transformation. Boom. Suddenly, there was a sharp whistling sound, but it was no longer the sound of meteorites breaking through the air, but the sound of weapons breaking through the air. Under Zhang Feng's weapon transformation, mountains rose from the ground, and they actually became huge divine swords, divine spears, and divine sabers. Zhang Feng actually also had two natural mystiques. One was metal transformation, which could turn stone into gold. The other was weapon transformation, which could turn grass and trees into weapons. Every martial artist who saw this scene trembled. Nailan Shui Yao was also incomparably shocked, and Jiang Hui was even more terrified. The strength that Zhang Feng displayed was simply too tyrannical. Primordial mystiques and natural mystiques were both ridiculously strong. At this point, no one believed that Yi Fei could defeat Zhang Feng and take first place. Yi Fei's eyes suddenly became much more serious. He didn't attack with his sword, but the phantom of the cauldron of heaven and earth appeared on his body. This phantom increased in number, and it instantly evolved into the image of the six heavenly cauldron behind Yi Fei. It quickly crushed over, and all the nearby mountains of weapons were all smashed to smithereens. However, these smashed mountains were suddenly transformed by Zhang Feng into a violent storm of hidden weapons. They were densely packed and completely sealed Yi Fei within. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Zhang Feng once again ignited his bloodline. Like a war king raging, golden fist lights turned into endless divine hammers, shattering the void and shattering the heavens. Kill. Cauldron suppresses heaven and earth. The violent storm of hidden weapons suddenly collapsed. Yi Fei stepped out of the cauldron, and a clear, ghostly door appeared behind him. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed to have transformed into a ghostly god. He controlled the heavenly cauldron, and it was like the six heavenly paths of reincarnation. It severed the heavenly cauldron, and it also severed the golden fist lights that filled the sky. Zhang Feng's expression suddenly became serious. At the same time, his fist lights rose again, even more resplendent and terrifying. At this moment, Zhang Feng seemed to have completely transformed into a war king. He battled the heavens and defeated all heroes. Such a demeanor made people see a different kind of wind and clouds. Everyone knew that Zhang Feng would rise. He would become someone who stood on equal footing with the wind and clouds. On the other hand, Yi Fei's final ghostly door seemed to be his final limit. Bang! Following a loud explosion, Zhang Feng's fist shattered Yi Fei's ghostly door. However, Yi Fei's expression didn't show the slightest bit of surprise. He just raised his hand and brandished a bloody sword light. It was the God Tribulation blood sword. Do you think the same mystique can stop me twice? Naive, stellar transposition. Zhang Feng had been waiting for this moment. The golden fist light disappeared, and the sky was filled with the power of the stars. Zhang Feng used the power of the stars in his body as a guide to forcefully reverse the stars and change the rules of heaven and earth. When Yi Fei's God Tribulation blood sword slashed out, it completely reversed time and space. His sword was clearly aimed at Zhang Feng, but in the end, it was aimed at himself. Bang! Boom! The bloody sword light that filled the sky fell and instantly drowned Yi Fei. Bai Yin ran, and Mad Dog's expressions changed at the same time. Zhao Yu, who was fighting with Du Chong, also couldn't help but look up worriedly at the sky. If Yi Fei dies, I won't live alone. Hee hee, you want to go up and save Yi Fei's life? Zhao Yu, you're really delusional. Amidst the howling evil light, another wave of terrifying silver needles flew out and sealed all the space around Zhao Yu. Even the ice fire phoenix behind Zhao Yu felt a strong sense of danger. Chapter 2471. defeated Zhang Feng, the heavens and earth rumbled as the Battle King dominated the world. Zhang Feng's eyes blossomed with golden light as his fist shattered the galaxy. The Battle Monarch's decree had been evolved to the extreme by the Battle Monarch. As Zhang Feng punched out, the silhouette of the Battle Monarch appeared behind him. Kill! This figure punched out together with Zhang Feng, smashing into the light that filled the sky. The nearby void was completely shattered. However, in that void, Yi Fei's body was like a torch, his divine light blazing. Facing Zhang Feng's strongest attack, Yi Fei finally released his strongest ancient god golden body. Jiang Hui's pupils shrank when he saw the golden body. Nalong Shui Yao's eyes were also filled with coldness. They had all been defeated by this golden body. Would Zhang Feng be able to break through this golden body? They were waiting to see. Countless martial artists were also waiting with bated breath. After that, Zhang Feng's fist light slammed into Yi Fei's body. The terrifying Battle Monarch's decree sent Yi Fei flying several hundred meters through the air. Along the way, who knew how many divine mountains and voids were destroyed? What was terrifying was that Yi Fei's golden body didn't shatter. Instead, it burned with an even stronger flame. He used the golden body to block Zhang Feng's attack. At the same time, he let out a crazy roar. The demonic battle technique was instantly activated. At this moment, Yi Fei seemed to have transformed from an ancient god into a demonic god. His strength increased explosively. His bloodline was like a sleeping demon, roaring furiously, "Kill!" The resplendent and bloody sword light rose again. It was like a dragon, like fire, like a mountain, like an ocean, like a demonic god, like an Azura. It even carried a trace of madness. It shattered the void and scared Jiang Hui to death. He finally knew why he couldn't beat Yi Fei. The power of his sword is comparable to an early-stage divine lord. Nalin Shui Yao's face was frosty. Then he shook his head. So what if he's strong? Zhang Feng isn't that easy to defeat. Stellar transposition. Even in the face of a divine lord's sword light, Zhang Feng was still filled with a strong will to win. At the same time, the Battle King's figure disappeared behind him. Boundless starlight appeared again, instantly filling the sky with stars. They spun and fiercely bounced Yi Fei's God Tribulation bloodsore back. Give him a taste of his own medicine. This is a stellar transposition, and it is also my strongest ability to defeat you. Zhang Feng's expression was cold. His fist suddenly shot toward Yi Fei's body like two soaring golden dragons, together with the God Tribulation bloodsword that had bounced back. The intense sense of danger caused by Yanran, Mad Dog, and Zhao Yu to become nervous. Bang! His body was as still as a mountain. His ancient god golden body bloomed with dazzling purple gold light. Yi Fei brandished his sword and used the God Tribulation bloodsword again. This sword also avoided the two golden dragons and ruthlessly slashed Zhang Feng's body. The two of them were attacked by each other's abilities at the same time. The difference was that Yi Fei's ancient god golden body was still dazzling. Zhang Feng exerted all his strength. His burning bloodline armor was shattered by the God Tribulation bloodsword. Deep cracks appeared on his body. Zhang Feng's expression suddenly turned ugly. He looked at his hands in disbelief. His hands were stained with his own blood. Zhang Feng was actually defeated? Both inside and outside the sacred mountain, the spectators were in an uproar. Zhang Feng also looked up in shock. He looked at Yi Fei in shock. He also looked at Yi Fei, who had raised the black gold emperor sword again. Yi Fei, defeating him wasn't enough. Yi Fei actually wanted to kill him? Stop. Some of the Dao lords of Warlord Palace had already come to their senses. They all roared and attacked Yi Fei together. After all, Zhang Feng was the strongest genius of Warlord Palace. Anyone else could die, but not Zhang Feng. However, before these Dao lords could rush over, intense ice suddenly appeared and froze them in an instant. The one who had attacked was Nalin Shui Yao. If Yi Fei killed Zhang Feng, not only would he have one less opponent, but he would also make Yi Fei and Warlord Palace a mortal enemy. This was practically killing two birds with one stone. How could Naon Shui Yao let this go? Even Jiang Hui felt a rush of excitement. He had the desire to attack when he realized that Yi Fei could actually defeat Zhang Feng. Shui Qianxiu and Jian Sanqing's eyes flashed with shocking killing intent. Yi Fei is too strong now. If we don't get rid of him, we'll be in danger. Killing him will also remove a scourge for Sword Palace. Sword Qi whistled. Shui Qianxiu and Jian Sansheng both soared into the sky and unsheathed their swords. They wanted to help Zhang Feng kill Yi Fei. However, before they could do anything, a resonant phoenix cry suddenly came from the nine heavens. Then, a terrifying scene of freezing air filled the sky. However, the one who attacked this time wasn't Naon Shui Yao, but Zhao Yu. When he realized that Yi Fei was in danger, he would rather abandon Du Chong and intervene. He also blocked Shui Qianxiu and Jian Sanqing's path. Bam! While the ground was in chaos, Yi Fei's crazed monarch sword once again slashed at Zhang Feng. Zhang Feng roared angrily as he tried to block it. His bloodline and mystique were both burned. At the last moment, he used stellar transposition to barely block the deity Tribulation Bloodsword. Yi Fei's other sword light, the light of the undying monarch sword, appeared again. With a poof, Zhang Feng's eyes widened in shock. He personally saw Yi Fei's sword pierce his body. However, Zhang Feng was truly worthy of being an existence comparable to the wind and clouds. The instant he was struck, his entire body suddenly turned into gold. He actually turned himself into a human-shaped weapon, avoiding the sword light's damage to his body to the greatest extent. Then, Zhang Feng's legs were like steel whips as he ruthlessly kicked Yi Fei's body. The strong rebound force actually allowed Zhang Feng to break free from the monarch sword's penetration. Golden battle blood splattered across the sky. Zhang Feng pressed on the wound on his body with one hand. His entire body turned into a golden meteor as he charged into the distance, pulling away from Yi Fei. Kill! Yi Fei, who had fallen into his demonic nature, couldn't care less. When he saw that his enemy was about to escape, his demonic nature subconsciously went berserk. He raised the Black Sword Emperor's sword once again and was about to deliver a fatal blow. The ice that filled the sky suddenly dissipated. Zhao Yu's clothes were stained with blood as he couldn't help but groan in pain. Du Chong's strength had always been strong. After cultivating the Sunflower Manual, his martial mystique had also become strange and unpredictable. Zhao Yu had only been distracted for a moment to help Yi Fei. Du Chong's silver needles had already turned into countless silver snakes that suddenly bit Zhao Yu. This scene had happened so quickly that Yi Fei's consciousness didn't even react. He saw Zhao Yu's blood-stained appearance, and his originally berserk heart was suddenly filled with immense fury. Originally, Yi Fei's consciousness had been unable to control his demonic nature. However, as the fury in his heart rose, Yi Fei's consciousness actually suppressed his demonic nature for the first time. Chapter 2472. Warlords Within the Distorted Light. Du Chong immediately let out a sharp howl. His body suddenly exploded into pieces of light that fled in all directions, trying to reform after the sword light. The immense rage caused Yi Fei's eyes to turn scarlet red. He let out a demonic roar as his azure dragon wings spread out rapidly. He flapped his wings and charged towards the spot where the light was gathering. At this time, the frozen Shui Qianxiu and Jian Sansheng worked together to break out of the ice. When they saw Yi Fei rushing over, they were ecstatic and shouted together, "Zhang Feng, let's work together and kill Yi Mo." Boom! Before he could finish, a streak of sword light whizzed past him. It was the glow of the Taiji slaughter sword. Shui Qianxiu was terrified. He didn't move forward. Instead, he instinctively pushed Jian Sansheng. Jian Sanqing's face was filled with fear as he cursed out loud. Back in the Sword Palace, when Shui Qianxiu pushed Lan Yi out to block Yi Fei's sword light, he didn't feel anything. Now, Shui Qianxiu had pushed him out to block the sword. Jian Sansheng finally understood how aggrieved and indignant he felt. But no matter how indignant he was, it was useless. The deadly sword light had already fallen. Then, Jian Sansheng's head rolled into the mortal world. 3 lives. In the distance, Shui Qianqiu's sorrowful howls could be heard. He seemed to be sad that his best friend had disappeared just like that. His footsteps were moving further and further away. He was afraid that Yi Fei would come to kill him again. However, Yi Fei did not even look at him from start to finish. His eyes were like a devil's, and his body was like fire. With the fastest speed he could muster, he charged toward Du Chong's light, which had already begun to condense. The Taiji witherness sword slashed down powerfully, and within the distorted light, Du Chong's miserable shriek could be heard. Then, countless silver embroidery needles rained down on Yi Fei like a rainstorm. When they fell, the silver needles turned into even finer silver snakes that tried to burrow into Yi Fei's body. The injured Zhao Yu suddenly became nervous. She clenched her teeth and ignored her injuries. She raised her hand and fire enveloped Yi Fei. The fire was extremely strange. It could burn the silver snakes, but did not cause any harm to Yi Fei. However, because of this, Zhao Yu's injuries became even more serious. She couldn't help but cry out in pain. Hearing this cry, Yi Fei's heart trembled violently. His eyes, suddenly, the anger of an ancient god. Kill! Yi Fei was like an ancient god. He let out an angry roar, and the intense light of the blood sword slashed out again. He wanted to kill Du Chong. At this moment, Shui Qianqiu returned from the distance and roared. Everyone, Yi Fei's sins are monstrous. He is the biggest threat to the 10 major powers. We cannot let him become the second Fengyan. Why don't we work together to kill this demon? Seeing Shui Qianqiu and Du Chong attacking, Jiang Hui finally couldn't hold back and rushed out. Shui Qianqiu, let's work together again to kill Yi Fei. How about we make up? Cold air filled the sky. Shui Qianqiu was like an ancient demon entrenched in the snow region. At this moment, she also rushed out from the snow region. Yi Fei had stolen her demon emperor scripture. If there was a chance to kill Yi Fei, how could Shui Qianqiu let it go? Zhang Feng's gaze narrowed. Although he disdained to be number 1, the battle prowess that Yi Fei had displayed was simply too powerful. He was so powerful that even Zhang Feng felt threatened. Thus, when everyone was attacking Yi Fei, Zhang Feng was unable to endure it any longer. He once again activated the Battle King's talisman and instantly rushed back from afar. Wu Jia, Bai Shizhong, and Mad Dog all roared. Bai Yanran had already formed the innate divine pattern cauldron and smashed it forward. She also warned Yi Fei, Yi Fei, run. After all, in Bai Yanran's impression, no matter how strong the golden body of despair was, it couldn't withstand the attacks of so many experts. However, she didn't know that Yi Fei was no longer cultivating the golden body of despair, but the golden body of the ancient god. My anger is like the anger of the ancient god, Yi Fei said coldly. Du Chong sneakily attacked Zhao Yu and hurt his woman. How about he just let it go? Today, I swear that I won't return if I don't kill Du Chong. Zhao Yu, you leave first and join the Merak Palace's team. I'm not leaving. If you live, I live. If you die, I die. I'm your woman. I can't just stand by and watch my man get attacked. Zhao Yu didn't leave. On the contrary, she dragged her injured body and flew back to Yi Fei's side. Her hand grabbed Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei's heartbeat accelerated, but he didn't refuse. Instead, he grabbed Zhao Yu's hand with force. The two looked at each other and smiled. They didn't say much, but their hearts seemed to be one. Following this, a sense of ambition caused Yi Fei's blood to boil, causing his battle intent to become even more ferocious. All right, let's fight our way out of the encirclement. I can die in battle, but I can't let my woman suffer even a little bit. Zhao Yu, hold me tight. Zhao Yu smiled and hugged Yi Fei tightly. This scene shocked countless people. When did the goddess of the ancient god palace throw herself into the arms of a demon? And this demon had offended almost all the sky prides in the land of the ancient god? What a pair of lovebirds. Since you want to die, I Nalan Shui Yao will fulfill your wish. Heavenly Fei transformation. Nalan Shui Yao activated the Fei sovereign scripture and rapidly transformed into a golden-winged rock. She rushed towards Yifei as fast as she could. Her massive wings unfurled and endless ice blades shot out, as well as the light of the rock. Seeing this, Zhao Yu's beautiful eyes flashed with a fiery light. The sky suddenly became scorching hot as a fire phoenix cried out, continuously blocking the light of the demonic rock. It even melted a large amount of ice and snow blades. Unfortunately, Nalan Shui Yao's attack was only a feint. Following his attack, Jiang Hui had already condensed the light of the Big Dipper. The 7 stars were like the 9 heavens, and the Milky Way was descending. Zhao Yu was about to block, but Yifei's demonic gaze suddenly turned icy cold. Jiang Hui, I've spared you once, but I won't spare you a second time. Deity Tribulation Blood Sword. Bang! Sword energy rumbled. Yifei raised his hand and released his strongest sword light. This light not only shattered the Big Dipper, but also left a shocking wound on Jiang Hui's body. Scram! After defeating Jiang Hui, the sword in Yifei's hand suddenly turned. Like a silver blood moon, it drew a shocking arc in the void. Suddenly, it slashed towards Xue Qianqiu's space-splitting sword spirit. Xue Qianqiu's face immediately flushed red. However, when he thought of Zhanfeng's support, he still used all his strength to try and exhaust Yifei's strength. At the same time, Zhanfeng finally rushed over from afar. His fist was like a burning sun, but also like a golden sun. It shattered the void and killed gods and demons. Finally, it ruthlessly smashed onto Yifei's body. Chapter 2473. Beheading Du Chong transformed into a strange light, moving up and down in the void. He did not give Yifei a chance to capture his movements, but at the same time, he did not give up any opportunity to kill Yifei. Hearing Du Chong's words, the fire in Zhao Yu's eyes suddenly froze. But just as she was about to make a move, Yifei gently grabbed her hand. Now is not the time. But Zhao Yu looked up and saw Zhanfeng, Nalan Shui Yao, Jiang Hui, who had regained his morale and stood up from the ground, and Xue Qianqiu, who had condensed sword light and tore through the void. Believe me, these people can't hurt me. Ancient God, golden body. His body emitted a purplish gold divine light. Yifei held Zhao Yu's hand with one hand and the black gold monarch sword with the other. Behind him, the divine light of the 6 heavenly cauldron appeared. In an instant, the 6 heavenly cauldron emitted a destructive light. Together with the black gold monarch sword in his hand, he attacked the front and Nalan Shui Yao. Nalan Shui Yao had already experienced the power of the 6 heavenly cauldron. The wings of the demon rock that Nalan Shui Yao had transformed into suddenly spread out. All the feathers turned into a golden rain of arrows. They were so dense that even the void was pierced. However, Yifei's body was like a mountain, forcefully withstanding the rain of golden arrows. His sword had shattered countless feathers, and the hearts of countless martial artists watching trembled. It wasn't enough that Yifei had defeated Zhanfeng. He also wanted to single-handedly take on all the heroes. This was clearly another Feng Yun. This year's Earth Carnage roll was more intense and terrifying than any of the previous years. Battle the heavens and battle the earth. Battle God Fist. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the void. Zhanfeng had swallowed some unknown elixir in his hand. His aura suddenly doubled. The Battle Monarch talisman no longer activated the sacred fist, but the divine fist. Zhao Yu hurriedly looked at Yifei and reminded him in a low voice, "Be careful. That's a Battle Monarch pill. It can double your battle prowess." Yifei did not say anything. It was as if he did not hear Zhao Yu's warning. He carefully protected Zhao Yu behind him. With his other hand, he raised the black gold emperor's sword and fiercely slashed forward. It collided violently with the battle divine fist. Zhanfeng was enraged to the point of madness. The effects of the Battle Monarch pill also raised Zhang Feng's offensive power to the level of an initial stage Divine Lord. Bang! The void was shaking. Yi Fei's sword and Zhang Feng's fists were constantly clashing. They were like two burning stars in the sky. It was just that compared to how strong he was at the beginning, Zhang Feng, who had swallowed the Battle Monarch pill, became even stronger. At this moment, he was finally on par with Yi Fei. This scene shocked countless martial artists. Originally, everyone thought that the Earth Carnage Roll battle this time was a stage that only belonged to Zhang Feng. It was another rising star. In the end, Nalan Shui Yao appeared first, and then Jiang Hui, who broke through at the last moment. Both had the strength to fight with Zhang Feng. Now, a dark horse like Yi Fei had appeared. He crushed all the way. Not only did he defeat Jiang Hui and Nalan Shui Yao, but at this moment, Zhang Feng was forced to completely abandon the rules. He would rather use the elixir to defeat Yi Fei. Such an intense battle was extremely rare. Who would be the final glory of these two talented youths? Would it be Yi Fei or Zhang Feng? Countless people raised their heads. Even the Dao Lords of Battle Monarch Palace who were besieging by Shizhong and the others stopped attacking and looked up at the sky with Wu Jie and the others. At this moment, the battle in the sky had reached its most intense level. Due to the intense collision, Yi Fei's sword, which had just been born, let out a trembling wail. Zhang Feng's fists were bleeding profusely. Then, the golden blood turned into golden flames that helped Zhang Feng obtain even more strength. Kill! Zhang Feng suddenly roared in anger. The battle god fist released an extreme light. This light finally broke through Yi Fei's sword light and blasted on Yi Fei's golden body. Many sharp-eyed people could see that there were clear cracks on Yi Fei's golden body. Maybe Yi Fei is going to lose. Yeah, Zhang Feng has taken the Battle Monarch pill and has Nalan Shui Yao, Jiang Hui, and Shui Qinxiu as helpers. No matter how strong Yi Fei is, he won't be able to withstand the siege of so many elites. Yi Fei won't lose. He'll only die. Yi Fei, the chance for me, Du Chong, to take revenge has finally arrived. I'm going to kill you and all the women around you. Suddenly, a venomous voice came from the void. Du Chong no longer transformed into a streak of light. Instead, he transformed into a feminine-looking youth. He strode forward and used the sunflower manual. Silver needles filled the sky, whistling with light as they pierced Yi Fei and Zhao Yu's Achilles heel. Du Chong wanted to kill Yi Fei and Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's expression changed again, but Yi Fei laughed loudly. Rat, you finally took the bait. Since you dare to hurt my woman, you don't need to be a eunuch anymore. You can just die. Boom! The wailing monarch's sword suddenly let out a rumbling sound. Facing the combined attack of Nalan Shui, Yao, and Zhang Feng, Yi Fei finally activated his ancient god golden body of the mortal evolution state. This made Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao suddenly feel as though they had entered the memories of the ancient god and were facing the ancient god again. Then, they were shocked to see that their full power attack was unable to break Yi Fei's body that was like an ancient god. Not good, his damaged golden body was just a disguise. His real goal is to lure out the hidden Du Chong and then kill him. Du Chong, be careful. Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao roared at the same time. At this moment, one more prodigy attacking Yi Fei would increase their chances of winning. Unfortunately, their warning was still a step too late. Just as their attacks landed on Yi Fei had already hugged Zhao Yu and borrowed the rebound force from Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao's attacks. With the Azure Dragon Wings, Yi Fei's speed broke through the limits of speed. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Du Chong. His undying sword soul burned like a burning star as it stabbed into Du Chong's body, stabbing into his heavenly palace and divine soul. No! Within the heaven palace, Du Chong's soul let out a sharp and mournful cry. I'm a prodigy of the divine King Palace. My master is divine Lordly Moran. I just learned the sunflower manual. I don't want to die. Please, let me go. As he spoke, Du Chong tried to turn into a distorted light again. He would rather abandon his physical body to preserve his soul. But this time, Yi Fei wouldn't give Du Chong any chance to escape. Just as Du Chong's soul twisted and rushed out of his body, Yi Fei roared, and a ghost god door appeared behind him. What seemed to be the howling of a ghostly god could be heard from within the door, and a beam of ghostly godlight shot out toward Du Chong. Du Chong screamed as he was dragged into the ghostly god portal. His soul was destroyed, and not even a speck of dust was left behind. Chapter 2474. Pain of the Divine Lord. In the face of Yi Fei's domineering attitude, other than Zhao Yu, the other martialists had the urge to curse in their hearts. It had to be known that as the goddess of fire and ice of the godly monarch palace, Zhao Yu was not only famous for her beauty, but also had countless martialists yearning for her. However, due to the disparity between them, no one had ever thought that they were worthy of Zhao Yu. In everyone's opinion, in the entire divine prefecture, only Feng Yun or the princes of the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty were worthy of Zhao Yu. Even Zhang Feng was somewhat unworthy. But what made everyone's jaws drop was that Zhao Yu, who might have been forced or had some sort of weakness in Yi Fei's hands, actually took the initiative to throw herself into the arms of a demon. If it was said that some people had secretly hoped that Yi Fei would become a dark horse, then when they saw Yi Fei announce that Zhao Yu was his woman and that Zhao Yu only blushed and didn't refute him, most of the martial artists present began to release traces of killing intent. Bai Yinran's eyes were red, and her tears fell like pearls. She was happy that Yi Fei could be reunited with Zhao Yu. However, when she opened her mouth to give them her blessings, she felt extremely bitter. Seeing his sister in such a state, Bai Shizhong was enraged. He finally drew his saber and prepared to attack the void. "Sister, don't cry. I'll go up to the sky now and chop that evil spirit to death." Rumble. Bai Shizhong's plan didn't come to fruition, because the moment Yi Fei killed Du Chong, the entire void of the land of the ancient god started to tremble violently. At the same time, a huge crack appeared in the void and started to expand. Several Rinzu's solemn and cold voices came from the crack. "All warriors, enter the crack immediately and leave the land of the ancient god. Otherwise, once the land of the ancient god is completely closed, you can only be trapped inside and wait for death." It wasn't only the Rinzu of the divine dynasty that spoke. Qi Rinzu and the other Rinzu realm experts' voices also came out. Hearing these voices, Zhang Feng finally recovered from the shock of being unable to break through the golden body. Without any hesitation, Zhang Feng suddenly turned and flew toward the crack in the void again. "Yi Fei, you may have won this time, but next time, I, Zhang Feng, will definitely not lose. Not only will I surpass you, but I will also surpass Feng Yun. One day, I will make the entire divine prefecture mine." In the face of defeat, Zhang Feng was still full of fighting spirit. This was undoubtedly a terrifying opponent. On the other hand, Nalan Shui Yao was a little dazed. He had been cultivating in the Ice Snow Valley since he was young and was also the secret weapon of a Nalan family. He had been carefully nurtured. This Earth Carnage ranking battle was his first time out of the mountain. He was originally full of confidence that he could take first place. Regrettably, first there was a heaven-defying Zhang Feng, and then there was a freakish Yi Fei. Nalan Shui Yao had no choice but to leave dejectedly. In the end, only the severely injured Jiang Hui and Xue Qinxiu were left. They looked at Yi Fei with cold hands and feet. They wanted to run, but a vast and indestructible aura suppressed them like an ancient god. Jiang Hui couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He said with a terrified expression, "Yi Fei, I still owe you 5 million mystic veins. It's not worth it for you to kill me. Moreover, our deathmatch palace has some history with you. Get lost." Yi Fei opened his mouth and only spat out this word coldly. If it wasn't for Senior Xue Tu, who had shown him kindness, and Yin Bing, who was cultivating in the deathmatch palace, Jiang Hui deserved to be killed based on what he had done. This word made Jiang Hui's face turn red, as if he had suffered a great humiliation. However, when he thought of Yi Fei's seemingly unbreakable golden body defense, Jiang Hui endured the humiliation in the end. Without saying a word, he quickly charged into the void. In the end, only Shui Qianqiu was left. He forcefully held on and looked coldly at Yi Fei. Yi Fei, think carefully. I am the head disciple of the Sword Palace. My father is Li Moran, a divine lord elder of the Divine King Palace. If you kill me, my father is outside. How can he let you go? Shui Qianqiu said. However, before he could finish his sentence, a cold yell came from Yi Fei's mouth. Kneel! Boom! The boundless sword power was like a mountain. It pressed down on the void all around and caused it to tremble violently. Shui Qianqiu's face turned even redder. He said angrily, Yi Fei, you've gone too far. Zhao Yu, do you want to see him become an enemy of my father, the Divine King Palace, and even the entire Divine Prefecture? Shui Qianqiu was obviously guilty. He didn't dare to shout at Yi Fei. Instead, he softly threatened Zhao Yu. Zhao Yu's expression changed. Just as he was about to speak, Yi Fei's eyes suddenly turned cold. His golden body dazzled like an ancient god. With one step, he walked in front of Shui Qianqiu and said in an ancient voice, Kneel or die. Boom! The sword light whistled. The inextinguishable sword light enveloped the surrounding space. It also pressured Shui Qianqiu so much that he couldn't say a word. At the same time, a sense of despair and the threat of death finally crushed Shui Qianqiu's dignity and pride. Plop! Shui Qianqiu knelt down in humiliation and helplessness. This once proud genius of the Sword Palace had been completely defeated. I'll kneel. I only beg you to let me live. Shui Qianqiu's eyes were red. When he had no choice but to beg for mercy, he was so angry that his chest heaved up and down. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Many warriors who saw this secretly shook their heads and looked at him with disdain. Warriors don't care about the dead. You're afraid of death. What kind of hero are you? Wu Jie said disdainfully. He respected courageous warriors, but despised cowards who surrendered. You can even abandon your dignity. Shui Qianqiu, is there anything you won't do? You want to live, but I want you to die. What's so great about having a monarch god as your father? Even if you're Rinzu's son, I'll still kill you. Boom! The inextinguishable sword light condensed again, turning into a destructive sword that slashed towards Shui Qianqiu's throat. Shui Qianqiu's face immediately revealed a look of despair and fear. Finally, he couldn't take it anymore and frantically begged for help. Father, save me. Bastard, stop it now. A huge hand suddenly reached out from the space crack. It raised its hand and scattered Yi Fei's sword light. It also grabbed Shui Qianqiu's body, intending to rush out of the land of the ancient god. Yi Fei also recognized at a glance that the hand was Li Moran's hand of demon god. His eyes suddenly burst with anger. Li Moran, it's you again. You forced me to leave the city of the Divine Kings. You chased me to the Sword Palace. Now, you want to save Shui Qianqiu. Do you really think I'm a pushover? Sword of the Monarch, slash. Boom! Sword chi filled the air and cold air whistled. There was no communication. Yi Fei and Zhao Yu cooperated tacitly. Zhao Yu released ice that froze the world and temporarily froze Li Moran's hand of demon god. Yi Fei raised his sword and suddenly slashed at Shui Qianqiu's sky-splitting sword spirit. You using a sword is an insult to it. Even if I can't kill you, I won't allow you to use a sword again. The sword light flashed, and the sword spirit collapsed. Yi Fei's sword directly cut Shui Qianqiu's sword spirit. From now on, Shui Qianqiu could use a sword, but he couldn't condense a sword spirit again. When he felt the sky-splitting sword spirit shatter, Shui Qianqiu, who had just broken out of the ice, spat out a mouthful of blood more than 10 meters away. His immense grief and anger caused him to faint before the ghost hand could even scratch a crack in his body. Chapter 2475 Earth Emanation's First Seat. Evil creature, how dare you hurt my son? I'll take your life. The immense rage caused Li Moran to descend into a frenzy. He actually charged towards that spatial crack by himself. This scene also caused many practitioners to become nervous as they watched. Could it be that Yi Fei, who had just made a name for himself on the Earth Carnage ranking, was going to fall because of this? Zhao Yu grabbed Yi Fei's arm nervously. If Limoran attacks you, I will stand in front of you. This way, my master, Qiyun Renzu, will definitely stop Limoran. Yi Fei shook his head calmly. No need. This is the land of the Elder Gods. Tao Lords can enter, but those at the Divine Lord level and above probably won't be able to. The land of the ancient god was so important that the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty and the top 10 forces had to pay attention to it. It was even more impossible for them to not send Divine Lords, or even Renzu, to search for the Archean cultivation methods here. What was strange was that he had opened the land of the ancient god for so long, but no Divine Lords or Renzu had entered. This gave Yi Fei a very bold idea. Perhaps, in this land of the ancient god, only Sir Gods and Renzu and above could enter in their true forms. This also explained why the Sir Gods outside did not enter the land of the ancient god, but instead spent a lot of effort to tear a space crack in the sky above the land of the ancient god. This spatial rift seems to be able to stop the Divine Lord and Renzu. They can only release their supernatural powers from a distance, but they can't descend in person. Zhao Yu was extremely intelligent. The two of them had traveled together from the land, so no one understood Yi Fei's thoughts better than she did. Rumble. Limoran was suddenly enraged by the rift in the void. Yi Fei had severed Shui Qianqiu's sword spirit in front of everyone and destroyed his path of swordsmanship. However, as his father, he was unable to charge into the land of the ancient gods and kill Yi Fei. Limoran was so angry that he roared continuously. At the same time, his ghostly hands whizzed through the rift in the void and slammed into the land of the ancient gods. He wished he could capture Yi Fei just like that. Wu Jie and the others could not help but feel nervous. After all, this was an attack from a true Divine Lord. However, while Yi Fei and Limoran were in conflict, the Tao Lords from Warlord Palace, the Nailan family, and Deathmatch Palace who had grudges with Yi Fei all took this opportunity to charge out of the spatial rift. Yi Fei did not try to stop them. He only raised his eyes and looked at the many Divine Lords and Renzu who had appeared outside the rift in the void. Finally, his gaze rested on the 4 Renzu of the Divine Dynasty. The Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty lives up to its reputation. You actually allowed outsiders to stop you during the Earth Emanation's role held by the Divine Dynasty and opened the land of the ancient gods. Now, even a puny Divine Lord dares to ignore the Divine Dynasty and attack in public. Shut up. I'm only here to kill you. In my heart, I've always been in awe of the Divine Dynasty. Bastard die. Limoran was so angry that he went crazy. Another flaming divine saber slashed at Yi Fei across the void. Yi Fei was not afraid. He only raised his eyes and stared coldly at the void. Although he did not know what agreement the Divine Dynasty and the 10 forces had reached, the 10 forces were indeed trying to take advantage of the situation right under the Divine Dynasty's nose. Yi Fei did not believe that the 4 Renzu of the Divine Dynasty would be willing to accept this. Sure enough, when they heard this, the faces of Zheng Tai, who was the leader of the directorate, turned pale. Suddenly, one of the Renzu of the Divine Dynasty snorted coldly. His voice was like the sound of a war drum, causing the world to shake violently. Limoran, who was about to go crazy, was hit hard. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew back, looking embarrassed and aggrieved. Qiyun Renzu, who had long wanted Yi Fei to die, but could not do it himself because of Zhao Yu, was furious. Zheng Tai, what do you mean by this? Have you forgotten the agreement we reached? We have not forgotten, but don't forget that this is the imperial city of the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. This is the Divine Prefecture, the Earth Carnage role with tens of thousands of years of history. Limoran is too presumptuous, Zheng Tai Renzu said confidently. Even Qiyun Renzu could not refute his reasoning. Although the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty was weak now, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. It was still not something that a single major force could contend against. For example, the destruction of the Heavenly Palace of Despair was a warning to the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. Limoran, come back. Xiao Yunrenzu ordered coldly. Li Moran's face turned red with anger. He was so angry that he almost spat out a mouthful of blood. His hatred for Yi Fei grew stronger. When this is over, I will tear this little devil apart with my own hands. Count me in. Bai Yun God Lord said coldly. Yi Fei not only killed his son, but also killed Feng Hong. He even made the entire Wind Cloud Hall lose the qualification to compete for the Earth Carnage role. How could he not take revenge for such a deep grudge? Seeing that the situation was under control, Zheng Tai Rinzhu spoke again. He said coldly to the many martial artists that walked out from the void, "Due to the changes in the Earth Carnage role this time, we have decided to change the rules of the Earth Carnage role. Do you see those seats? From the bottom to the top, there are 72 seats. Now, you can choose your seat according to your own strength. If anyone is dissatisfied with their seat, you can also challenge the seat in front of you. Whoever wins will obtain the other's ranking. Now, the ranking will begin. With a swoosh, 72 golden thrones appeared in the air. Among them, the largest one was resplendent in gold and jade, resembling a divine throne. It attracted the attention of everyone. After that, subconsciously, the gazes of the various transcendent powers all turned towards Zhang Feng. There were also some who turned their gazes towards Nalan Shui Yao, and there were even some who turned their gazes towards Jiang Hui. Instead, the people who looked at Yi Fei were the least. After all, when they were outside, the 4 human ancestors of the Divine Dynasty had already explained that the reason why Yi Fei was able to take charge of the Imperial Palace was not because of his strength, but because of a certain degree of luck and the cultivation method of devouring heavenly tribulations. Therefore, only Lu Qing and a very small number of people thought that Yi Fei could obtain the first place. The rest were more optimistic about Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao. And Jiang Hui. Zhang Feng, Nalan Shui Yao, Jiang Hui, what are you waiting for? The top 3 of the Earth Carnage role is yours. If you don't go up, how can the rest go up? Some of the older generation experts who were watching the battle urged them half-jokingly. However, in the face of such urging, Zhang Feng's face was ashen, Nalan Shui Yao's eyes were like ice, and Jiang Hui's face was red. The 3 of them stood side by side in the void. No one dared to take a step forward to compete for the top 3 seats. What are you all standing here for? Excuse me, you're blocking my way? Suddenly, a calm voice came from behind. Under everyone's surprised gaze, Yi Fei strode toward the most golden chair. What was even more shocking was that, in response to this, Zhang Feng, Nalan Shui Yao, and Jiang Hui did not object. Instead, they unwillingly stepped aside. In the end, Zhang Feng chose the second seat, and Nalan Shui Yao chose the third seat. Jiang Hui chose the fourth seat. The one who sat on the first seat was none other than Yi Fei. Chapter 2476. Final Ranking. I didn't expect that there would be such a change in the Earth Carnage leaderboard. I thought that Nalan Shui Yao would be the biggest dark horse this time. I didn't expect that the biggest dark horse would be Yi Fei. I didn't expect that Jiang Hui, who was ranked second in the previous ranking, would fall out of the top 3. And Yin Tianjin, who was ranked top 10, couldn't even enter the 72 spots. Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao are even worse. This was supposed to be their stage to become famous, but in the end, it was Yi Fei. The ranking of the Earth Carnage Proclamation this time around was incomparably unexpected. Many powers were exclaiming in admiration and regret. What they exclaimed in admiration was that the one who won in the end was Yi Fei, who was the least favored. What they regretted was that Yi Fei was actually not from the top 10 powers. This had never happened before in the Earth Carnage leaderboard. Even Feng Yun from the Upper Realm, the Wind Cloud Palace, was considered a mid-tier force. Just like that, countless attentive gazes were all shot onto Yi Fei. Instead, Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao were all neglected. This was the cruelty of the Earth Carnage ranking. There was no second or third place. Only the first place could attract the gazes of everyone. Yi Fei was the undisputed number 1. No one dared to challenge him. Zhang Feng and Nalan Shui Yao were publicly acknowledged as experts, and no one dared to challenge them. On the other hand, Jiang Hui had actually been challenged by Wu Jie, Yao Lei, and the other geniuses of the 10 major powers. Due to his heavy injuries in the ancient godland, Jiang Hui had actually been defeated by Wu Jie, causing his ranking to drop from the 4th seat to the 5th seat. Furthermore, there were still people who were eager to continue challenging him. Jiang Hui was so angry that he killed one of them on the spot, barely preserving his last bit of dignity. Of course, the one who was most angry wasn't Jiang Hui. It was Yin Tianjin who had the strength to enter the top 5. However, he was thrown out of the ancient God Empyrean by Yi Fei's heavenly golden body. Yin Tianjin was so miserable that he didn't even have the qualifications to enter the Earth Carnage leaderboard. When Yin Tianjin saw that Bai Shizhong had made it to the top 10 with the help of the Phantom Bodyguard, he was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. However, no one cared about this person who was once in the top 10 of the Earth Carnage ranking. After losing the opportunity in the land of the ancient god, Yin Tianjin would only fall further and further behind. Even if he managed to grasp the immemorial sacred art of the Yin-Yang Palace, it would still be difficult to make up for the gap between him and the top 5. Especially Yi Fei, Zhan Feng, and Nalan Shuiyao. Yin Tianjin could only look up to them for the rest of his life. Boom! The battles in the Void Battle Arena were still ongoing. It was easy to choose a seat, but it was extremely difficult to secure one's ranking. One had to go through a fierce battle. However, after experiencing the peak battles of Yi Fei and the others, the ordinary battles in the Void Battle Arena felt a lot more dull. However, such battles still gave many people a chance to stand out. For example, Yao Lei from the King's Soldier Mountain. Although he couldn't defeat Jiang Hui, he still took the 6th seat. The 7th seat was taken by a lady in a black robe. The 8th seat that originally belonged to Xue Qinxiu was unexpectedly taken by Zhao Yu. Qiu Yun Renzu's serious face revealed a rare, satisfied smile. The most surprising one was the 9th seat. The one who took it was Mad Dog, who had awoken from his madness. Especially Mad Dog's bloodline. After going through the madness in the land of the ancient god, Mad Dog seemed to be able to partially control his own bloodline, which made his battle strength stronger. After experiencing several hours of battles, the battles on the Void Arena had all stopped. The Directorate's Vice-Chancellor, Zheng Tai, also stared deeply at Yi Fei before appearing in the Void once again. Since no one is challenging, the Earth Carnage role ranking this time has finally been decided. Men, pick up the brush and record the rankings and put up the golden leaderboard. Whoosh! The 2nd and 3rd Renzu each took one side and pulled up a long golden leaderboard. This was the Earth Carnage leaderboard, which was also the strongest Dao Lords in the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty. Anyone who could be ranked on it would definitely be famous in the Divine Prefecture and receive supreme glory. The 3rd Renzu had already picked up his brush and ink, dipped it in the Divine Dragon's blood, waved the vermilion bird brush, and recorded the name of White Tiger on the Xuanwu paper. Earth Carnage Leaderboard Ranking Battle. 1st seat, Yi Fei. 2nd seat, Zhan Feng. 3rd seat, Nalan Shuiyao. 4th seat, Wu Jie. 5th seat, Jiang Hui. 6th seat, Yao Lei. 7th seat, Bai Hu. 8th seat, Zhao Yu. 9th seat, Ji Feng. 10th seat, Bai Shizhong. 25th seat, Bai Yinran. As the names flashed with golden light and were engraved on the Earth Carnage leaderboard, the golden battle chairs that Yi Fei and the others were sitting on immediately emitted Earth Carnage light that shot into the sky. This light was so dazzling and brilliant. However, only 72 people were able to receive such an honor. Seeing this scene, Yin Tianjin's eyes turned red. Nalan Mei was angry, but at the same time, she felt a faint sense of regret. If she hadn't clashed with Yi Fei and the Nalan family back then, such a man would definitely have fallen for her. The one who felt the most upset was Lanyi. Although she had decided to cut ties with Xue Qinxiu, she didn't know if she had made the right choice when she saw Xue Qinxiu's severely injured sword soul. In the camp of the deity king's palace, you also looked at Yi Fei, who was sitting high above like a deity king. She felt very upset. She had once treated Yi Fei as a country bumpkin from a small place who didn't even have the right to pursue her. However, This young man from a small place had now become a legend. She suddenly came to her senses. It wasn't that she didn't like Yi Fei, but that she wasn't worthy of Yi Fei. Perhaps only a peerless beauty like Martial Aunt Zhao is worthy of him, Ziyu muttered. Ziyu murmured. Soon after, she felt a pair of cold eyes staring at her. It was the eyes of Xue Qianxiu after he regained consciousness. The humiliation of kneeling down in front of everyone and the pain of having his sword spirit broken had caused Xue Qianxiu, a sword genius, to be completely twisted. However, the Earth Emanations leaderboard wasn't over yet. Li Moran and Xue Qianxiu could only look at Yi Fei from below. However, they didn't dare to act rashly. Since the leaderboard was over, the next step would be the rewards. As the chief disciple of the Earth Emanations leaderboard, Yi Fei would naturally be the first to receive the rewards. Zheng Tai, Rinzhu, also showed a rare gentle smile. He looked at Yi Fei and said, Yi Fei, as the chief disciple of the Earth Emanations leaderboard, you can make a request to the Divine Dynasty. Yi Fei's heart skipped a beat. His request was very simple. He wanted to borrow the power of the Divine Dynasty to find the whereabouts of the Demon Emperor Shangluo and Wang Bai. However, after seeing Zhao Yu and Shuyun Rinzu's fierce opposition to his relationship with Zhao Yu, Yi Fei had an idea. He suddenly asked, any request. As long as the Divine Dynasty can do it, you can ask for anything. Zheng Tai, Rinzu, said generously. Many Divine Lords and Rinzu's expressions changed. Bai Yun Divine Lord and Li Moran were extremely nervous. If Yi Fei took the opportunity to ask the Divine Dynasty for protection, they wouldn't be able to take revenge on Yi Fei. Chapter 2477. Marriage bestowed by the Divine Dynasty. Yi Fei did not say anything. He stood up from the golden chair in the golden light that filled the sky. All eyes were on him. The encouragement on Zheng Tai's face intensified. Bai Yun God and Li Moran's faces were twisted. Yin Tianjin unconsciously clenched his fists. Zhan Feng and Nalan Shuiyao's eyes also flashed with a cold light. Yi Fei, if you really beg the Divine Dynasty to protect you, then you are a failure as the Earth Emanation's first seat. Within the crowd, there were people mocking Yi Fei. Truly, Yi Fei had offended too many people and powers in the Earth Carnage rankings this time around. These powers didn't wish for Yi Fei to rise up, and even more so, they didn't wish for Yi Fei to join the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty, causing an additional variable in the future. It could be said that if this was not the center of the Divine Dynasty and the suppression of Zheng Tai and the other three Rinzu, these forces would not be able to hold back and attack Yi Fei. Especially the Fengyan Palace and the Yinyang Palace, they would not let Yi Fei go. The Sword Palace had also lost the qualification to join the Earth Emanations role. The leader of the Sword Palace, maybe Shunjun, already had a murderous look on his face. The Imperial College's vice-chancellor saw this and vaguely proposed to recruit Yi Fei. He also believed that with Yi Fei's intelligence, he would definitely understand what he meant. Seeing that Yi Fei just stood up and did not speak, one of the Rinzu beside Zheng Tai directly asked in a deep voice, Yi Fei, are you willing to become an official of the Divine Dynasty and serve the Divine Dynasty and His Majesty? Boom! The words of the human ancestor shook the hearts of all the warriors present. Although the Divine Dynasty had declined, its attitude had always been high and mighty. It rarely extended an invitation directly. In the past, only one person had received such treatment, and that was Fengyan. Now, there was Yi Fei. Didn't this mean that the Divine Dynasty had already placed Yi Fei and Fengyan together? Instead, Zhan Feng and Nalan Shuiyao seemed to have been neglected to a certain extent. Zhan Feng immediately clenched his fists. Nalan Shuiyao's eyes also became increasingly cold. Yi Fei still did not say anything. He only walked down the stairs step by step, passing by the top 10 of the Earth Carnage Proclamation. One figure after another, Bai Shizhong's face glowed. He said a mad dog in a gratified manner. At least this kid has some conscience. He knows that he cannot eat alone. Since he is an official, it is naturally best for everyone to do it together. You think too much. He didn't come to us to be officials. He came to talk to Zhao Yu about love. Mad Dog's expression was strange. Yi Fei also stopped at Zhao Yu's seat. He reached out his hand and looked at Zhao Yu. With just a gesture, Zhao Yu suddenly understood what Yi Fei meant. Her body suddenly trembled. That was excitement and also hesitation. In the end, under Yi Fei's stubborn gaze, she melted and became gentle. "Give me your hand," Yi Fei said. His tone was incomparably firm. "What are you doing?" Zhao Yu glared at him. In front of everyone and in front of hundreds of thousands of martial artists, Zhao Yu's cheeks could not help but burn and turn red. But in the face of Yi Fei's sudden domineering attitude, Zhao Yu still blushed and reached out her hand. Their hands were once again clasped together. This was a hand that had crossed countless distances from the earth realm to the heaven realm. When they held each other's hands again, Yi Fei's heart suddenly pounded uncontrollably. Zhao Yu's eyes also became like ripples in a clear pool. This hand-holding caused all the martial artists present to seethe again. If Yi Fei and Zhao Yu had hugged in the land of the ancient god, it could be said that Zhao Yu had felt threatened. But now, in front of everyone, in front of so many Sir Gods and Renzu, Yi Fei suddenly dared to reach out his evil claws. Zhao Yu, who was known as the goddess of fire and ice, actually did not reject him. Instead, she shyly allowed someone to grab her hand. All the young martial artists who saw this scene were extremely angry and filled with endless murderous intent toward Yi Fei. This action of Yi Fei's had offended more than half of the young martial artists present. "How dare you? Demon Yi Fei, let go of my hand." Qiuyan Renzu was furious. It was as if Yi Fei was not holding Zhao Yu's hand, but her own. Boom! Following Renzu's anger, a terrifying dark cloud appeared in the sky above Red Moon Imperial City. Yi Fei did not wait for Qiuyan Renzu to fly into a rage. He immediately held Zhao Yu's hand and walked toward Renzu of the 4 divine dynasties. He said in a deep voice, "Seniors, my request is that I want to marry Zhao Yu. I beg the divine dynasty to grant me this marriage. If you can do it, I, Yi Fei, am willing to join the divine dynasty." This was Yi Fei's plan. In this way, not only could he break through Qiuyan Renzu's resistance and truly be with Zhao Yu, but at the same time, he could also obtain the protection of the divine dynasty and avoid being killed by other forces. Moreover, if he joined the divine dynasty as an official, he could borrow the power of the divine dynasty to search for the demon emperor, Shanghua, and Wang Bai. Now, it was up to the divine dynasty to see if they had the tolerance to accept him. After saying this in one breath, Yi Fei did not speak anymore. He just stared at the 4 Renzu of the divine dynasty with bright eyes. This also made the 4 Renzu, led by Zheng Tai, look troubled. If it was any other woman, they would have let it go. However, this time, Yi Fei asked for Zhao Yu. It should be known that Zhao Yu's talent was highly valued in the Crimson Moon Imperial Dynasty. Not only Feng Yin was interested in Zhao Yu, but even the princes of the divine dynasty had heard of Zhao Yu's good name. At this time, Zheng Tai did not dare to casually agree to Yi Fei's request. Thinking of this, he subconsciously looked at Qiuyan Renzu and asked, "Qiuyan Renzu, what do you say?" "I have nothing to say. That damn demon Yi has harmed my Yu. How can I not kill him?" Qiuyan Renzu was so angry that she even cursed. It was obvious how angry she was at Renzu. As soon as she finished speaking, a strong Renzu's power turned into a flaming divine saber and suddenly slashed out. It could not wait to kill Yi Fei on the spot. Yi Fei's expression changed. He felt Zhao Yu's grip on his hand begin to loosen. "Master, please kill me first, then kill Yi Fei." Zhao Yu opened her arms and let the flames fall from the sky. Qiuyan Renzu's heart trembled. You and I are master and disciple in name, but in reality, we are mother and daughter. Think carefully. This demon Yi has offended many forces and caused many disasters. You will not be happy if you follow him. I reckon that he may not even be able to live past today. Qiuyan Renzu, I am actually an honest person. I have never caused trouble. I think there must be some misunderstanding between us. No matter how unhappy Yi Fei was, she was still Zhao Yu's master. He could only suppress his anger and show his honest side. However, Qian Renzu not only did not buy it, but also shouted angrily when she heard what Yi Fei said. Demon Yi, shut up. I don't want to hear you speak from now on, and I don't want to see you. This is the last time. Come back to Master's side. I can guarantee that I will not attack him. Chapter 2478. Amethyst Dragon King Qian Renzu's flaming divine palm was instantly frozen. This showed how powerful Zhao Yu's innate mystique and the ice and fire phoenix bloodline were. Even Nailin Shui Yao, who mainly cultivated the power of ice, felt her eyelids twitch. Zhan Feng also sighed secretly. A woman like Zhao Yu was like a fairy that had descended to the mortal world. Unfortunately, she had cast a pearl before a swine and chosen to follow the demon with the surname Yi. After today's battle, Zhao Yu will probably be criticized. She's no longer the best candidate for the imperial concubine. Zheng Tai and the other Renzu shook their heads secretly. Qian Renzu was so angry that his hand, which was pointing at Yi Fei, trembled. Bastard, are you going to drag you or down with you if you want to die by yourself? Let you go, and the Divine King Palace will no longer pursue this matter with you. Uncle Master Qian, this won't do. This bastard killed my disciple and injured my son. If he doesn't die today, Li Moran, will be too ashamed to stand in this world. Li Moran finally exploded. He didn't wait for Zheng Tai and the other Renzu to make a decision. He stared at Yi Fei crazily as if he wanted to eat him alive. Bai Yin Divine Lord was also furious. When he thought of Lu Qianzhong's death, Feng Heng's death, and how his Wind Cloud Palace had been eliminated by Yi Fei and reduced to a laughingstock, Bai Yin Divine Lord's eyes turned red. Yi Fei, what you've done in my Wind Cloud Palace is the work of a demon. Today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and eliminate you. Yes, eliminate Yimo. The Tao Lords of the Wind Cloud Palace who had been eliminated roared in grief and anger. The Tao Lords of the Sword Palace were just as enraged as the Tao Lords of the Sword Palace. With a furious roar, maybe Shun Jun stepped out of the crowd in a rage. Facing Yi Fei, he spat out sword light from his mouth. Yimo, in the Sword Palace, we treated you with respect, but your demonic nature flared up. You injured my Sword Palace's disciples and even killed Jian Sanxing. Since your demonic nature is so strong, don't blame me for ignoring our old friendship. Boom! Sword Chi whistled as Sir God maybe activated his sword soul. It was a horse-slaying sword soul that was astonishingly thick. Just by appearing, the biting cold air was enough to shatter one's mind. However, the angriest person wasn't maybe, but Yin Tianjin. As the young master of the Yin Yang Palace, he had never suffered such a great loss before. To think that Yi Fei would be able to control the Heaven's Path Golden Body and send him flying with a single slap. Not only had he lost the right to enter the Earth Carnage role, but he had also made a fool of himself in front of everyone. Yin Tianjin was really angry. Following his anger, a middle-aged divine lord with a cold aura walked out of the Yin Yang Palace's camp and stared coldly at Yi Fei. Mad Dog and Bai Yinran's expressions changed. Bai Shizhong even looked gloomy as he said gloomily, "Sister, let's not stand together with this scourge. The trouble he causes is getting worse and worse." That's good. I knew that there would be a lot of fights to fight with Brother Yi. As a battle maniac, Wu Jie was actually so excited that his whole body was trembling. Yi Fei was speechless. He really hadn't expected that he would offend so many factions and divine lords. As Li Moran and the other divine lords appeared, a few more divine lords walked out of the crowd. They all stared at Yi Fei with dangerous eyes. Be careful. They are all here for your Ghost Emperor Cauldron. Bai Suifeng's lips opened and closed as he secretly transmitted his voice to Yi Fei. Yi Fei's expression turned even uglier. He couldn't help but hold Zhao Yu's hand tightly. If anything happens, don't worry about me. Return to Qian Renzu's side immediately. Although this old woman was annoying, she really cared about Zhao Yu. No, we have gone through so much to get to where we are today. I don't want to wait for you anymore. I want to be with you. even if we will die in the next moment." Zhao Yu shook her head. She didn't let go of Yi Fei's hand. Instead, she held it even tighter. She then looked at Qiuyun Renzu with an apologetic expression. "Master, please forgive me for being unfilial. Evil creature, evil creature. If this evil creature doesn't die, I won't be able to swallow this anger." Qiuyun Renzu was so angry that her hair was burning fiercely. She couldn't wait to kill Yi Fei with her gaze. She simply let go and let Li Moran go. Qiuyun Renzu's attitude undoubtedly gave Li Moran and the other monarchs great encouragement. They all strode forward at the same time and forced their way towards Yi Fei. Wu Jie's eyelids twitched. He clenched his fists excitedly and said, "Brother Yi, what should we do? Are we going to fight?" This time, even Zhao Yu was speechless. She felt that Yi Fei's friends were indeed strange people. "Crimson Moon, Holy Dynasty, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you want to protect me? Do you dare to accept my conditions?" Yi Fei didn't say anything. He just looked at Zheng Tai and the other three Renzu again. However, he saw that their expressions were uncertain. They wanted to recruit Yi Fei, but Yi Fei had caused too much trouble. He had offended too many forces, especially Zhao Yu's matter, which made them feel very troubled. After all, Zhao Yu was the candidate for the imperial concubine. Without the prince's approval, they didn't dare to make a decision on their own. "We can accept your conditions. As long as you agree to one of my conditions, the divine dynasty will not only protect your safety, but also let you and Zhao Yu be together." Suddenly, a young man in a purple python robe walked out from the sky above the palace. He had a demonic aura. He walked in the air step by step, leaving deep footprints in the void. When he saw that person, Bai Suifeng's body suddenly trembled. He lowered his head again. "Crimson Moon, Divine Dynasty, Purple Dragon Prince Ying. His father used to be the strongest genius of the Heavenly Palace of Despair. However, for some reason, he betrayed the Heavenly Palace and sided with the Divine Dynasty. He even took the traitor as his father and cooperated with the Divine Dynasty to destroy the Heavenly Palace of Despair. He was then conferred the title of Purple Dragon King." Bai Shizhong's face was cold. He walked to Yi Fei's side and whispered to him through voice transmission. Yi Fei's body trembled. He looked at the powerful young man who was walking in the air. The young man didn't hide the golden body of Despair's aura. Moreover, his golden body of despair was stronger and more oppressive than the one Yi Fei had cultivated. Ordinary people might not understand what this meant, but Yi Fei knew that the Purple Dragon King must have fixed some flaws in the golden body of despair. Thinking of this, Yi Fei roughly understood why the Purple Dragon Prince had come here. As expected, the young man with the purple python landed and said in a commanding tone, "Yi Fei, I heard that you have also learned the golden body of despair, taken control of the sovereign palace, and opened the land of the ancient god. My father is very interested in you. He asked me to tell him that if you are willing to side with the divine dynasty, not only will he take you as his junior brother, but he will also let you and Zhao Yu be lovers. You only need to agree to one of my father's conditions. You want me to give you the opportunity of opening the land of the ancient god? Or do you want me to give you the method of controlling the sovereign palace?" Yi Fei's tone was sarcastic. Chapter 2479, Battle of the Golden Bodies. "I want both." Ying's face shone with a purple-gold divine light. That was the light of the golden body of despair. It was stronger and more perfect than the golden body of despair that Bai Shizhong and the others had secretly cultivated. His gaze was coldly staring at Yi Fei. His body emitted the aura of a divine lord. This Violet Dragon Prince was also a divine lord. From this, one could see how powerful the Violet Dragon Palace was. This time, Ying not only wanted the method to control the sovereign palace, he also wanted the opportunities in the land of the ancient god. After all, if he controlled the sovereign palace, he could open the land of the ancient god anytime and plunder the primordial divine abilities. At the same time, Ying was also very interested in the opportunities that Yi Fei had obtained. He might as well go all out and snatch them all. As for letting the Violet Dragon King acknowledge Yi Fei as his junior brother and letting Yi Fei and Zhao Yu get married, Ying was just using the name of the Violet Dragon King to deceive Yi Fei. These words instantly enraged Yi Fei. He shook his head coldly and said, "I'm sorry, I can't give you those two things. I can settle my own matters. I don't need the protection of the Violet Dragon Palace." Yi Fei's expression was resolute. Ying's attitude made him lose all goodwill towards the Scarlet Moon Divine Dynasty. His words also made the four Renzu of the Divine Dynasty change their expressions, and they were about to flare up. Ying waved his hand generously, and a trace of arrogance and contempt appeared on his face. "Do you know who you are facing? Do you think that you can reject the request of my Violet Dragon Palace just because you're the chief disciple of the Earth Emanation's divine realm? Now, I will break your naivety and let you know that even if you're the number one on the Earth Emanation's divine ranking, you're not invincible. At least in front of me, your so-called number one is nothing." Ying walked down the void step by step and walked towards Yi Fei. As the distance between them increased, the aura of a divine lord disappeared from his body and the aura of a Tao lord appeared. He had sealed his cultivation from the divine lord realm to the early Tao lord realm, which was the same cultivation realm as Yi Fei. "Number one on the Earth Carnage Proclamation, do you dare to fight with me?" Ying's expression was clearly filled with contempt. Baiyun God Lord and the others paled. Even though Ying had sealed his cultivation, he was still a God Lord. No matter how they looked at it, Yi Fei was in danger against the Tao Lord. It was very likely that he would be captured alive and handed over to the Amethyst Dragon Palace. "Don't fight him." Wu Jie and Mad Dog had grim looks on their faces as well. One of them was a madman, while the other was a madman, but both of them could sense that the terrifying aura emanating from Ying's body was definitely not something that an early-stage Tao Lord could possess. "Fight!" Yi Fei spat out coldly. He might not be able to defeat a Divine Lord, but he wouldn't allow himself to retreat when facing an early-stage Tao Lord. Moreover, just like how Ying wanted to capture him alive, he also wanted to capture Ying alive to resolve this stalemate. "I have no choice but to fight this battle." Yi Fei raised his head and looked at Zhao Yu. As if he understood Yi Fei's thoughts, Zhao Yu consciously let go of his hand and suddenly kissed Yi Fei on the cheek. "Good luck. I'll wait for you." "All right." Taking a deep breath, Yi Fei turned around and strode towards Ying. He had to win this battle. Only by winning could he survive. Only by winning could he have a glimmer of hope to take away Zhao Yu. Sensing Yi Fei's fighting spirit, a layer of bloody flames suddenly ignited on Yi Fei's body. That was Yi Fei's will of mystique, the will of bloody battle. It allowed him to fight fearlessly until the end. Kill. Not giving Yi Fei a chance to get close, Ying's lips curled into a mocking smile. Even though he had sealed his cultivation, his vision and mystique were still present. Especially since he was a God Lord, it was undoubtedly easier and more precise for him to use mystique. Strike of Despair. Purple gold flashed and condensed into a battle devil star. This was once an offensive technique of the Heavenly Palace of Despair, but now Ying had mastered it. He swung his fists, and the whistling profound handle took the shape of two purple gold warhammers. In an instant, the warhammers smashed into Yi Fei's body, causing a violent explosion. What was more terrifying was that the warhammers couldn't hurt Yi Fei at all. At this critical moment, he also released a dazzling purple gold divine light. Moreover, this light was even more resplendent and ancient than Ying's. This was no longer the light of the golden body of despair, but the light of an ancient god. Then, the howling monarch sword light appeared like a hole in hell. Endless destructive light formed the monstrous sword light of the immortal monarch sword and slashed towards Ying's chest. Ying was furious. His cultivation had suddenly jumped from early-stage Tao Lord to late-stage Tao Lord. Originally, he didn't have any intention of fighting Yi Fei fairly. "The reason why I challenge you is to lure you out and capture you alive. Do you really think that a commoner like you can fight me fairly? Are you naive?" Ying sneered, and the purple gold light on his body became even brighter. It was like a burning torch, like stars colliding. He ignored the sword and punched Yi Fei with both his fists like war hammers. One of his fists smashed into Yi Fei's body, and the other into Yi Fei's heavenly palace and divine soul. Seeing this, Yi Fei's expression suddenly became much colder. He allowed the violent war hammers to smash into his body, and also allowed the strike of despair to shatter his heavenly palace and smash into his Tao mountain. Unfortunately, Yi Fei's body was the golden body of an ancient god, and Yi Fei's Tao mountain was the immemorial divine mountain. The strike of despair was indeed terrifying, but couldn't break Yi Fei's body, and it couldn't shatter Yi Fei's Tao mountain. As expected, you must have obtained the golden body of an ancient god in the land of the ancient god. This kind of golden body isn't suitable for a commoner like you to cultivate. It should belong to me, to my amethyst dragon king palace. Ying Ying's face was filled with ecstasy. He couldn't hide the excitement and ecstasy in his heart. The golden body of an ancient god was something that his father, the amethyst dragon king, had dreamed of obtaining his entire life. Now, he had obtained it ahead of time. A divine sovereign's aura suddenly burst out from Ying Ying's body, shocking countless martial artists. Didn't they agree to fight at the same level? Who would have thought that Ying Ying would be so shameless? When he challenged Yi Fei, he first broke through the late-stage Tao Lord realm, and now he even broke through the divine sovereign realm. How could Yi Fei fight him? No matter how they looked at it, Yi Fei would definitely lose. Master, Zhao Yu couldn't help but worry in her heart. She didn't want Yi Fei to die, and she didn't want Yi Fei to be captured alive by Ying Ying and be humiliated. She could only look at Qiuyu and Renzu. If Renzu took action, even if the opponent was the Amethyst Dragon King Palace, he should be able to guarantee Yi Fei's safety. Don't beg me. This vile creature has a strong, demonic nature. He actually overestimated himself and provoked you. Now, it's time to let him know that he's just an ant. Qiuyu Renzu's face was cold, and he didn't even look at Zhao Yu. He was obviously still angry, and he didn't have any intention of stopping Ying Ying. Zhao Yu's heart turned cold, and she couldn't help but want to take action. Chapter 2480. Re-entering the land of the ancient god, Ying Ying's shamelessness had completely enraged Yi Fei. The sword light that filled the sky disappeared, and the mysterious aura of the ghost god suddenly erupted from Yi Fei's body. The 6 heavenly cauldron appeared at the same time, carrying the power of the ghost god of the 6 paths of reincarnation. It blasted forward, causing the void to explode and the stars to shatter. Even Ying Ying, who had regained his cultivation as a divine lord and used his strongest divine ability, was shocked. In the end, the 6 heavenly cauldron collided with Ying Ying's divine lord realm attack of despair. Heaven and earth exploded under the impact of the 2 attacks, causing the void to shatter and shatter everywhere. Suddenly, a purple gold figure rushed out from the void. Ying Ying roared furiously, as if a war demon had come back to life. His fists turned into purple gold war hammers. These war hammers could break the sky and split the earth. They heavily smashed onto Yi Fei's body. However, Yi Fei was as immovable as a mountain. He was like an indomitable ancient god, allowing the war hammers to smash onto his body. Suddenly, a trace of demonic aura appeared in his eyes. The demonic battle technique was instantly activated, breaking through his innate seal and awakening his dormant bloodline. Divine Tribulation, Blood Sword. Yi Fei emitted a demonic roar. At that moment, the monarch sword was emitting a terrifying blood-red qi. That qi could destroy the heavens and the earth, as well as the Milky Way. When they saw that sword, Zhan Feng, Nailan Shui Yao, Jiang Hui, all of their expressions changed. They had all been defeated by that terrifying blood-red sword. Purple Dragon's roar. As if he could feel the terror of the blood sword, the purple gold radiance on Ying Ying's body suddenly turned into a purple divine dragon. This divine dragon coiled around the heavens and earth and let out a dragon's roar. Layers of golden sound waves spread out like ripples, causing many divine lords to become restless. On the 72 seats in the void, many people's eardrums were shattered and their souls were bleeding. There were many divine sovereigns who wanted to deal with Yi Fei. When they heard the violet dragon roar, their hearts trembled and they extinguished any thoughts of making an enemy out of the Violet Dragon King Palace. In truth, the Violet Dragon King Palace's innate techniques were too terrifying. They reckoned that after the Heavenly Palace of Despair was destroyed, the strongest martial arts and innate techniques were all gathered in the Violet Dragon King Palace. That was why Ying was so strong and could even look down on the first ranker of the Earth Carnage ranking. Yi Fei was Ying. It's a pity I couldn't avenge my son's Shuiyu. Li Moran and Bai Yun God, Lord looked indifferent. They were waiting for the moment when Yi Fei would be defeated and humiliated. He just became the chief disciple of the Earth Emanation's realm, and he's already defeated. A lowly commoner will always be a lowly commoner, Naylan May said sarcastically. However, her sarcasm angered someone. In the sky, a bolt of lightning appeared silently and suddenly landed on Naylan May's body, causing her to scream in anger. Boom, boom, boom. Just as Naylan May was screaming, Ying had already destroyed 6 heavenly cauldrons with the might of the purple dragon roar. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Finally, he clenched his fists together and formed an even more resplendent purple-golden divine hammer. He then smashed it towards Yi Fei's body. Without those cauldrons, let's see how you'll die this time. Ying's divine hammer landed on Yi Fei's body. Even the ancient god-golden body couldn't withstand the impact. It turned into flowing light and completely collapsed. Yi Fei couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. As a Tao lord against a divine lord, he was still at a disadvantage in a battle where he was an entire realm above him. However, he still didn't retreat. Instead, when Ying's fist broke through his golden body, Yi Fei didn't retreat. Instead, a 7th cauldron appeared in his hand. This wasn't the Heaven and Earth cauldron. It was the Ghost Emperor cauldron that the Ghost Emperor had given to him. Furthermore, when the ancient god had helped him cultivate the Ghost Emperor Heaven Suppression Art, this Ghost Emperor cauldron had also transformed into a true Ghost Emperor cauldron. Bam! When this cauldron smashed into Ying's fists, the purple gold divine hammer formed by Ying's fists instantly collapsed. At the same time, a sharp pain made Ying quickly withdraw his bloodied hands. He was about to retreat and put some distance between him and Yi Fei. Suddenly, a ghostly howl came from the Ghost Emperor cauldron. Yi Fei held the Ghost Emperor cauldron in his hand, and a Ghost Emperor gate appeared behind him. He raised the Ghost Emperor cauldron and smashed it forward 3 times in a row. Rumble. Heaven and earth trembled. Ying's soul was even more shaken. Even though he was a divine lord, he couldn't withstand the terrifying Ghost Emperor cauldron's attack. When the first cauldron smashed into him, his golden body of despair completely collapsed. When the second cauldron smashed into him, Ying's entire chest caved in and blood spurted out. Before Yi Fei's third cauldron smashed into him, Ying was completely terrified. He didn't care about his status as a divine lord or his dignity as a prince. He suddenly screamed into the void, "Rinzhu, save me!" Yi Fei stopped. Rinzhu, who was beside Zheng Tai, was already angry and ready to attack. After all, Ying's father was the Purple Dragon King. It was said that the Purple Dragon King was the illegitimate son of the current emperor. He had been hiding in the Heavenly Palace of Despair since he was young and had been plotting something big. As the Rinzhu of the Celestial Dynasty, he naturally couldn't watch Ying be killed. Boom! A mighty force of Rinzhu silently descended from the void, trying to suppress Yi Fei and his cauldron. Unfortunately, it couldn't escape Xiao Chao's eyes. Xiao Chao squeaked. Yi Fei instantly sensed it. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he ignored the deadly force of Rinzhu's force. However, a look of extreme madness flashed in his eyes. The third cauldron smashed into Ying. The miserable shrieks of Ying could be heard echoing out from the void. This cauldron shattered half of Ying's bones. They were all smashed into smithereens. Before Ying could fall from the sky, a large hand that was like a pair of iron pincers had already grabbed him by the neck, as if he was a dead dog. Just like that, he was lifted into the air. Boom! At this time, the mighty force of Renzu had already descended, but it froze the void half a meter in front of Yifei. Zheng Tai and the other three Renzu said angrily in unison, "How dare you hurt a member of the imperial family in the imperial capital of the Divine Dynasty? Do you want to die?" "It's precisely because I don't want to die that I came up with this plan. I have no intention of becoming an enemy of the Divine Dynasty. But if you provoke me, don't blame me for being ruthless." Yi Fei's eyes flashed with a cold light. Suddenly, he raised his sword and cut off one of Ying Ying's arms. The intense pain made Ying Ying scream like a ghost. "Yi Fei, you're finished. You're completely finished. Kill him for me. Kill him." He was a divine lord, but he was defeated and captured alive by a Tao lord. Not only did he lose face, but he also lost an arm. Ying Ying was so angry that black smoke was coming out of his nostrils. The four Renzu of the Divine Dynasty did not dare to act rashly. Yi Fei's ruthlessness had really intimidated them. Moreover, Ying Ying was the only son of the Amethyst Dragon King. If they really angered Yi Fei and killed him, they would not be able to explain it to the Amethyst Dragon King. In the end, it was Zheng Tai, the vice-chancellor of the Imperial College, who stepped forward. He stared deeply at Yi Fei and asked, "Letting Ying go, and we'll let you leave the Imperial City. What do you think?" Yi Fei looked around and sneered. "I'm surrounded by enemies now. Even if you let me go, how can I walk out of the Imperial City alive? Then what do you want?" Zheng Tai, the Renzu, was a little angry. Chapter 2481. The Amethyst Dragon King makes a move. What? This kid wants to enter the land of the ancient god again? Zheng Tai and the other three Renzu were secretly shocked. After all, the land of the ancient god was a treasure land that the Divine Dynasty coveted. The Divine Dynasty held the Earth Carnage ranking in the hope that someone could take charge of the Sovereign Palace and open the land of the ancient god. This way, the Earth Carnage ranking cultivators could obtain the ancient god's opportunities from the land of the ancient god. The Divine Dynasty would also send their most elite princes to compete for these opportunities. However, as the Divine Dynasty declined, no one could take charge of the Sovereign Palace and open the land of the ancient god for thousands of years. This was why Yi Fei was able to take advantage of it. The Renzu of the Divine Dynasty naturally did not want Yi Fei to enter the land of the ancient god again. You don't allow it? It seems that you, the Amethyst Dragon Prince, are not welcomed in the Divine Dynasty. If that's the case, what's the use of keeping you? Seeing that the four human ancestors were not saying anything, it was clear that they were rejecting him. Yi Fei raised his sword once more. If he could not threaten these human ancestors with Ying Ying, he might as well finish them off with a single sword strike. That way, he would be able to vent the anger of the Lightning Ancestor and Pan King. As he spoke, his sword was about to slash down. Ying Ying was so frightened that her face turned purple. She hurriedly shouted at the human ancestors, "Don't forget who my father is. If I die, my royal father will definitely not spare you all. All of you, get out of the way. Let him in." Ying Ying still did not have the courage to face death, so he chose to compromise. The Divine Dynasty was different from other forces. Other forces were led by Renzu, but the Divine Dynasty was led by the royal family. No matter how unwilling Zheng Tai and the other Renzu were, they did not dare to joke around with Ying Ying's life. Zheng Tai finally spoke and stopped Yi Fei. "Wait a moment. You can go in at any time. But before you go in, you must let Ying Ying go." "All right." Yi Fei put away the black gold emperor's sword and let Ying Ying pick up an arm. Then he grabbed Ying Ying's neck with one hand and held Zhao Yu's hand with the other. They quickly rushed into the land of the ancient god. Along the way, Bai Yun God Lord and Li Moran both had cold looks on their faces. They wanted to attack, but they were worried about Ying Ying's safety and didn't dare to act rashly. Yi Fei was about to enter the land of the ancient god. Suddenly, Mad Dog caught up with him. "I'll go in with you." "No, Big Brother Ji Feng. This is my personal matter. I don't want to implicate you. Yi Fei sternly refused, but Mad Dog did not seem to hear him. He continued to walk forward. Master ordered me to follow you, so I must follow you to the end. This was a stubborn man. He would not back down at all. Yi Fei and Zhao Yu looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Bai Yinran suddenly came out and said, "If Big Brother Ji-Feng can go in, so can I. Yi Fei, we will go with you." Bai Yinran dragged him out when he went out. Seeing this, Wu Jia also stood up excitedly and said, "The land of the ancient god has opened. It's rare to see such a thing in thousands of years. The time we stayed was too short. I want to go in and take a look. Brother Yi, you won't stop me, right?" "Me too. I want to go in too." The one who raised her hand weakly was Lan Yi. She had helped Yi Fei out of spite in the land of the ancient god and offended Nalan Mayer, which made the Nalan family even more unhappy. At this moment, Nalan Mayer was glaring at her with hatred. Lan Yi felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She wanted to enter the land of the ancient god and try her luck. This scene angered Nalan Mayer so much that her face turned ashen. "Bitch, there will be a day when I will personally strangle you, traitor, to death. And the person who attacked me, come out. I want to fight you." Nalan Mayer's eyes were filled with venomous hatred as she stared at another female whose body was flickering with lightning. This female was none other than Lu Qing. After being struck by lightning, Lu Qing immediately entered the all heavens and walked towards Yi Fei. "I'll go with you." "Yi Fei, Lord Pan Palace has been dragged down by you this time." Lu Qing was accompanied by Bai Suifeng and other Dao lords from Lord Pan Palace. Bai Shizhong and his sister were too close to Yi Fei. Bai Suifeng was worried that the Divine Dynasty might vent their anger on them, so he decided to bring some people into the land of the ancient god to hide for a while. After all, divine lords and above were not allowed to enter the land of the ancient god. It was better for them to work together than to be trapped in the imperial city and be captured by the divine dynasty's Renzu. "Senior Bai, I'm sorry to have dragged you into this." Yi Fei looked apologetic and did not stop them from entering the land of the ancient god. After all, compared to the imperial city, the land of the ancient god was undoubtedly safer. After everyone entered the land of the ancient god, Yi Fei grabbed Ying Ying's neck and quickly walked towards the land of the ancient god. At this moment, the four Renzu shouted in unison, "Stop, letting him go, or don't even think about entering. There's no need to let him go. My son is useless. Just kill him. This prince will personally avenge him." The space trembled as a terrifying dragon roar echoed out. In the airspace above the royal capital, a violet-colored divine dragon soared up into the air. It then slashed out with its dragon claws, mercilessly crushing towards Yi Fei. It didn't seem to care about the life and death of Ying Ying in Yi Fei's hands. "Father!" Ying Ying's eyes widened in horror. He could not believe what was happening in front of him. Yi Fei's spirit is also greatly shaken. The person who arrived is actually the Amethyst Dragon King, and not a divine lord, but a powerful Renzu. The most terrifying thing was that the Purple Dragon King did not care about the life and death of his son. He would rather kill his son than let Yi Fei go and enter the land of the ancient god. Yi Fei's face changed. Wu Jia, Mad Dog, and the others' faces changed at the same time. Zhao Yu, who had already entered the land of the ancient god, suddenly wanted to rush out of the land of the ancient god. "Don't come out. I don't believe that he doesn't care about his son's life. Kill." A ruthless expression appeared on Yi Fei's face. Suddenly, a sword light appeared on his palm, and he infused it into Ying Ying's body. Immediately after, he used himself as a sword and suddenly slashed Ying Ying out like a sword light. He also slashed towards the Amethyst Dragon King. The Amethyst Dragon King didn't even look at Ying Ying. His terrifying strength turned into a dragon's claw and mercilessly slashed down. Ying Ying was killed by the Amethyst Dragon King's claw. The Amethyst Dragon King didn't seem to care about family. He didn't seem to be sad at all when he killed his only son. The huge purple dragon claw was still as fast as lightning, mercilessly slashing down. The souls of all the martial artists who saw this scene trembled. Bai Yun God, Lemoran, maybe, and the others were overjoyed. The Purple Dragon King deserves his reputation. He is the coldest assassin in the Divine Dynasty. Since he provoked the Purple Dragon King, we don't need to do anything. Yi Fei will die miserably. Vile spawn, surrender now. The Purple Dragon King's Renzu's power resounded in the entire All-Heaven. Outside the dazzling All-Heaven, in the Imperial City, a man in a royal robe stood on a purple dragon. He looked cold and arrogant as he rushed into All-Heaven. He wanted to suppress Yi Fei and take everything from Yi Fei. Yi Fei. Chapter 2482. Eight-armed sword demon Bai Yanran and Lu Qing were a step too late. By the time they reacted, Zhao Yu had already rushed out. Their eyes were filled with complicated emotions as tears rolled down their cheeks. Boom! At this moment, the Amethyst Dragon King's attack had already landed. Yi Fei could only activate the Guatian Cauldron with all his might to block Renzu's attack. The Guatian Cauldron was already pierced by the Purple Dragon King's claws. The Guatian Cauldron that could block the attack of a Divine Lord couldn't block Renzu's attack. At the same time, an aura of death surged towards Yi Fei, intimidating his soul. However, it only lasted for a breath. Yi Fei's body glowed with purple gold light as a trace of the ancient god's aura radiated from his body, blocking the dragon's claws once again. Bang! As the dragon claw fell, the golden body of the ancient god shattered instantly. At the critical moment, an ice armor appeared and covered Yi Fei's body. There was also a boundless fire that surrounded the area. Above the four directions, Lu Qing was like the mother of lightning. She raised her hand and the dark clouds in the sky gathered, forming a terrifying purple divine thunderbolt that continuously fell from the sky. Bai Yanran let out a delicate shout and suddenly danced, performing a defensive sword dance. Layers of sword light formed, once again protecting Yi Fei. With help, Yi Fei finally had time to breathe. He roared and suddenly entered a state of madness. He activated his bloodline and ignited his sword soul. The deity Tribulation Blood Sword and the immortal Emperor Sword slashed out at the same time. Behind him, the six heavenly cauldron reformed and formed the most mysterious six paths of reincarnation. It spun crazily and shot toward the Amethyst Dragon King like a star. The latter didn't even look at it. A dragon's roar came from the void. Foolish. You want to fight Renzu with just a few Dao Lords? You'll only humiliate yourself. Get lost. You can only kneel in front of me. You can't fight. You can only die. Heaven Destroyer of Despair. The Amethyst Dragon King raised his hand again. His hand blotted out the sky. It was as if it had transformed into a world within his palm. The sword lights and the heavenly cauldron disappeared. The ice and the scorching flames broke apart at the same time. It was a loud bang. Yi Fei felt as if he was hit by a divine mountain. He spat out blood crazily, and his body was already retreating rapidly. Even the divine ghost cauldron that he was holding tightly had exploded into flowing light. It looked as if he was about to smash through the heavenly barrier and be captured by the Amethyst Dragon King. Behind him, three graceful figures suddenly appeared. Zhao Yu was the first to press her palm against Yi Fei's back to neutralize some of the force. Then Bai Yanran and Lu Qing rushed over at the same time. They overlapped their palms and neutralized the terrifying power of Renzu. However, their realms were too low. Just by touching Yi Fei with their palms, the Renzu power that invaded Yi Fei's body was enough to make them vomit blood at the same time, but none of them let go. On the contrary, in the land of the ancient god, Mad Dog, Wu Jie, and Bai Shizhong rushed out together. They also pressed their palms against Yi Fei's back. You all! Yi Fei's face was filled with shock, but a trace of warmth unconsciously flowed through his heart. Bai Suifeng, who was the last to arrive, vomited blood and shouted angrily, "Don't be distracted. Hurry up and neutralize the power of Renzu in your body." If he didn't neutralize it, the power would destroy Yi Fei's heavenly palace and mountain of Dao, even if it didn't kill Yi Fei. This was the Amethyst Dragon King's ultimate goal. He didn't want to kill Yi Fei, but he wanted to capture Yi Fei alive and force him to tell him the complete ancient god golden body. For this, he didn't hesitate to kill his only son with his own hands. This viciousness caused countless warriors to be terrified. With everyone's help to suppress the power of Renzu, Yi Fei finally got a chance to breathe. Without hesitation, he immediately awakened the Undying Sword token in his body. The Undying Sword token immediately emitted a strong devouring power. It forcefully devoured and refined the power of Renzu in his body. Barf! Yi Fei opened his mouth and vomited blood. His heavenly palace and mountain of Tao were stable and weren't corroded by Renzu's power anymore. The Amethyst Dragon King's face changed, and his eyes became extremely cold. A bunch of ants. Do you think that you could defeat me by working together? I only need to roar to kill all of you. A violent dragon roar sounded. It was the Amethyst Dragon King's bloodline superpower. The Amethyst Dragon roar could shake the opponent's divine soul and even forcefully wipe out the divine soul of low-level warriors. When they heard the dragon roar, the divine souls of a few ordinary Taoist lords from Lord Pan Palace immediately collapsed, leaving only their bodies intact. Their faces were filled with fear as they fell to the ground and stopped breathing. Yi Fei was the first to bear the brunt. He felt a sharp pain that seemed to come from his soul. He couldn't help but cover his head with one hand. He felt that his head was about to explode and his divine soul was about to be shattered. Stop! Qiuyun Renzu suddenly shouted. She could watch Yi Fei die, but she couldn't watch her favorite disciple be implicated. She immediately attacked to stop the Amethyst Dragon roar. Silently, the four Renzu of the Divine Dynasty surrounded her. Qiuyun Renzu, this is a matter of the Divine Dynasty. Please don't interfere. I believe the Amethyst Dragon King knows what to do. Knows what to do? Do you want to watch that cold-blooded killer shatter my disciple's divine soul? Renzu was furious, but there was nothing she could do. Facing the four Renzu, she couldn't do anything. In the void, the dragon roar became louder and more terrifying. It was so terrifying that even Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle were affected. Their expressions became painful. Yi Fei's heart trembled. He hurriedly shouted at Zhao Yu, "Retreat. Everyone, retreat to the land of the ancient god." That was the burial ground of the ancient god. It was also a forbidden area for divine lords and Renzu. As long as they rushed in, they could live. Zhao Yu shook her head. Her eyes were clear and stubborn. If you don't go, I won't go either. You. Yi Fei's face darkened. He was already considering if he should hand over Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle to Zhao Yu and forcefully push Zhao Yu into the land of the ancient god. At this moment, Yi Fei's body trembled. A terrifying sword light exploded from the sky, making the most terrifying sound of a sword exploding. This sword wasn't released by Yi Fei. It was released by a puppet with 4 faces and 8 arms. This was the Sword Palace. This was because the runic puppet that had helped him in the past was also a killing weapon forged by the sloppy Taoist. Yi Fei then knew that the slovenly Taoist hadn't left since they parted ways in the Sword Palace. Instead, he had been secretly protecting him, entering the Imperial City to participate in the Earth Carnage ranking. At this moment, when he was in mortal danger, the runic puppet controlled by the slovenly Taoist appeared again. It blocked in front of him and also broke the dragon roar divine ability of the Amethyst Dragon King. The Amethyst Dragon King's cold expression was completely cold. He immediately threw a punch at the runic puppet with 4 faces and 8 arms. Who are you? How dare you interfere with my business? Your Highness, be careful. He's not a runic puppet. He's the 8-armed sword demon that followed the 9th Heaven Sword Master. The Imperial College's Vice-Chancellor Zheng Tai was the first to recognize the runic puppet. Chapter 2483. The Battle of Renzudong. The slovenly Taoist did not say anything. He only used his actions to show his determination. A gigantic sword light tore apart the sky and the void. It also slashed the sky and the imperial city. Moreover, it was not just one sword light, it was 8 of them. Due to the vow, the slovenly Taoist was unable to leave the sword gate and descend with his true body. However, the divine rune puppet that he had personally created was still extremely powerful. It could even surpass the level of the slovenly Taoist and unleash his strongest sword Tao. Demonic sword Tao. The amethyst dragon king's expression was solemn. Strictly speaking, the slovenly Taoist was not from the divine continent. He was from the demon continent. Therefore, the slovenly Taoist's sword Tao was more demonic and stronger. He could display 8 different divine monarchs' sword Tao in a single breath. This was something that no divine monarch could do. However, this divine rune puppet could perfectly display the slovenly Taoist sword Tao. Kill! The amethyst dragon king's loud roar resounded in the sky. Facing the strongest 8-armed sword demon from thousands of years ago, the amethyst dragon king did not dare to be careless. At this moment, his body turned into a purple battle dragon. The dragon's roar pierced the sky, and the dragon's claws shook the world. Suddenly, the amethyst dragon king displayed the heavenly palace of despair's ultimate skill. That was the light of despair. It was even stronger and more terrifying than when Ying had used it. A gigantic dragon claw descended from the sky, bringing with it the light of despair. Countless cultivators were already trembling. They couldn't help but feel despair in their hearts. However, this time, the Violet Dragon King wasn't facing cultivators. It was facing a divine inscription puppet controlled by the slovenly Taoist. It was impossible for such a puppet to appear in the current divine continent, because it was a weapon that belonged to the immemorial era. Great wind rises, 8 sides shine, demonic sword soars to the heavens, enemy leader heartbreak. The 3 inscriptions puppets opened their mouths as they simultaneously emitted the sound of swords. This sound transformed into astral winds, as well as sword light. Abruptly, the inscription's puppets transformed into 8 different types of devil swords, tyrannical enough to pierce through the heavens and earth, slashing apart the guts of their enemies. Even if it was Rinzhu, the Amethyst Dragon King's expression became serious. You are indeed the 8-armed sword demon. If you come here with your real body and release the power of Rinzhu, I will avoid you. If you come here with your divine soul, I will kill your puppet and break your divine soul. Kill. Scarlet Moon's 9 slashes. Following a furious roar, 9 moons suddenly appeared behind the purple Dragon King. Those were not real moons. They were the immemorial divine ability of the Red Moon divine dynasty. However, when the 9 moons whistled through the air, the entire world was illuminated by their boundless moonlight. This moonlight repelled the light and swallowed up the darkness. Between the heavens and earth, only the 9 moons were left, hanging in the sky as if they were going to swallow everything. However, in the middle of the moons, 8 different sword lights tore apart the heavens and earth, shattering the moons. In the dazzling sword lights, the inscription's puppets controlled by the slovenly Taoist suddenly merged their 8 arms into one. The 8 different sword lights miraculously merged into a single sword light. Devil Sword Art, 8 swords to origin. Kaboom! The all heavens were shocked. It was as if the all heavens had been shattered by the sword. Qiu Yun's human ancestor widened his eyes in shock. Zheng Tai's 4 human ancestors were also in disbelief. The slovenly Taoist divine rune puppet only had the battle prowess of a divine lord, but when his 8 arms merged into one, the light of the sword Tao had reached the battle prowess of a human ancestor. It's true. The power of the devil's sword art surpasses that of Rinzhu's 8 swords. Yi Fei watched the battle between Rinzhu and Rinzhu in the sky. His spirit was also greatly affected, especially his sword art. After watching this battle, it had obviously improved greatly. However, after hearing Yi Fei's praise, the slovenly Taoist, who was in the midst of the fierce battle, shouted from the 4th face of the inscription's puppet, "Praise my ass. If you have the time to praise, why don't you hurry up and hide in the land of the ancient god? Do you really think I'm invincible?" Also, don't cause trouble in the future. I'm so unlucky. As he shouted, a chicken drumstick came flying over. With Xiao Chao's warning, Yi Fei dodged in advance. Bai Shizhong, who was behind him, couldn't dodge in time and was hit by the chicken drumstick. His face was swollen, and he screamed in pain as he was smashed into the land of the ancient god. However, Yi Fei wasn't angry. He knew that the slovenly Taoist only had a strange temper, but he was actually a very good senior. For example, this time, even though he knew that he was no match for Yi Fei, the slovenly Taoist still rushed out without hesitation to fight for his life. How could he let down such good intentions? Xiao Yu, let's go. Yi Fei grabbed Xiao Yu's hand and ran towards the land of the ancient god. Seeing this, Lu Qing and Bai Yinran's eyes dimmed even more. But just as they were feeling dejected, a large hand suddenly grabbed Lu Qing and shouted to Bai Yinran, who was in a daze, "Jump onto my back. I'll bring you in." Boom! The huge azure dragon wings unfurled. Bai Yinran suddenly understood Yi Fei's intentions. She didn't have time to sort out her emotions and quickly jumped onto Yi Fei's back. Yi Fei's body suddenly turned into an azure dragon phantom and rushed towards the entrance of the land of the ancient god like a bolt of lightning. But there, Zhan Feng, Nailin Shui Yao, and Zhang Hui all stood there with cold smiles. Further away, Bai Yun God, Li Moran, and maybe Shun Jun all had hideous smiles on their faces. They shouted together, "Yimo, where are you going? Today, we will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill you, demon. Get lost. Where's my divine ghost cauldron?" Yi Fei shouted angrily. He couldn't defeat Renzu, but he wasn't afraid of these gods. As he shouted, the divine ghost cauldron that had been shattered reformed again. It whistled and smashed forward. Zhan Feng and the other two's expressions immediately turned ugly. They had wanted to stop Yi Fei, but after witnessing the power of the divine ghost cauldron, they didn't dare to face it directly. All they could do was quickly retreat and avoid the divine ghost cauldron's sharp edge. Behind them, the three gods were already rushing over with towering anger and murderous intent. "Yimo, you won't be able to escape this time." "That's not necessarily true. Bai Yun God, my master, Rizu, sends his regards." Lu Qing suddenly took action. He quickly took out a lightning exchange scroll from his space belt. When the scroll opened, the terrifying roar of a lightning beast suddenly came from the sky, filled with lightning. The lightning beast was as large as a mountain and exuded Renzu's power. It was clearly a projection of Rizu's true body. When the projection appeared, Bai Yun God immediately retreated in fear. Maybe Shanjun and Li Moran tried their best to resist, but they were blasted black by the lightning beast's roar. They kept retreating. Taking advantage of this time, Yi Fei finally successfully rushed into the land of the ancient god. Chapter 2484. The threat of the amethyst dragon, king standing at the entrance of the land of the ancient god. Yi Fei witnessed the scene with his own eyes. The runic puppet controlled by the slovenly Taoist had a hole in its chest. There was no blood inside, but something more terrifying than blood was destroyed by Renzu's power. That was the power of the slovenly Taoist's divine soul. The amethyst dragon king's furious roar came from the void. So that's how it is. Eight-armed sword demon. You actually severed your own cultivation and became a half-step divine monarch from Renzu. Even if you still have Renzu's divine soul, you're still controlling the runic puppet. You're still no match for the real Renzu. Die. Purple dragon explosion. Boom. The heavens and earth exploded as the void shattered. Before Yi Fei's eyes, it was as though a constellation was burning. The divine inscription's puppet controlled by the sloppy Taoist had already been completely destroyed, along with the divine soul of the sloppy Taoist. Yi Fei didn't know how much the destruction of the divine soul would affect the slovenly Taoist, but he still felt a stab of pain in his heart. After all, the slovenly Taoist was fighting for him. Senior sword demon, Yi Fei roared. He had a strong urge to rush out of the land of the ancient god and kill the amethyst dragon king as a sacrifice to the eight-armed sword demon. At this moment, a drumstick flew out from the broken runic puppet and accurately hit Yifei's body. Yifei lost control of his body and flew towards the depths of the land of the ancient god. Stop howling like a ghost. Even if I didn't die, I would have died because of your howling. It's cooler over there. Carry your 3 little lovers and do some exercise. The sloppy Taoist mouth was still as venomous as ever. Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Bai Yinran's faces darkened. Yifei also had the urge to beat him up. At least the slovenly Taoist could still scold him. That meant that the Amethyst Dragon King couldn't kill the slovenly Taoist. The Amethyst Dragon King's face suddenly became extremely gloomy. He sneered, "Junior brother, it's too early for you to be happy. Do you know the price of splitting the divine soul? It's the price of never being able to return to Renzu realm. Now that his divine soul and puppet is destroyed, I don't even need to do anything. Any divine monarch from the Sword Palace can easily end him. Now, as long as I say the word, I can order the Sword Palace to clean up the mess and deliver the head of the 8-armed sword demon to you." Boom! The Amethyst Dragon King took a step forward, resembling an Amethyst Dragon Battle Dragon. With just a single step, the broken divine inscription's puppet turned into dust. Due to the special characteristics of the land of the ancient gods, divine monarchs and human ancestors were unable to enter. The Amethyst Dragon King didn't continue attacking Yifei. Instead, he turned his head and stared in the direction of the Sword Palace. "I want the Sword Palace to bring the useless 8-armed sword demon here within a month and behead him on the spot. Can the Sword Palace do it?" Maybe Shunjun was sweating when he saw the Amethyst Dragon King stare. Although he knew that this would damage the reputation of the Sword Palace, he still nodded reluctantly when he thought of Yifei's rise. He said in a deep voice, "Don't worry, Amethyst Dragon King. The Sword Palace has no intention to be enemies with the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty. Within a month, we will bring the Sword Demon Emperor here and behead him personally." "Very good. Zheng Tai, the 4 of you will accompany Divine Monarch Ma to the Sword Palace." The Amethyst Dragon King sneered. He was a cold-blooded and ruthless person. How could he believe Maybe's words? In order to prevent the Sword Palace from deliberately letting the 8-armed sword demon escape, the Amethyst Dragon King ordered Renzu to capture him personally. Maybe was expressionless. Many of the young Sword Palace disciples were angry but didn't dare to say anything. Although there were many conflicts in the Sword Palace, the sword sect controlled by the slovenly Taoist was not divided. They cultivated a large number of elite disciples from the inner and outer Sword Palace. Selfishly, they didn't want the Sword Palace to hand over the slovenly Taoist. Unfortunately, maybe Shunjun was determined to please the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty and the Amethyst Dragon King. He also wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate the slovenly Taoist and completely control the sword sect. Therefore, although maybe didn't seem to be willing to do it, he was already very happy in his heart. Almost as soon as the Amethyst Dragon King gave the order, maybe walked towards Zheng Tai and the other 3 Renzu with a smile. He didn't just flatter them. He also took the lead and led them to the Sword Palace to capture the Sword Demon Emperor. This scene was clearly seen by Yifei. Yifei clenched his fists. Intense anger and unwillingness made his nails dig deep into his flesh. Blood flowed out, but Yifei didn't seem to notice it. He just stared coldly at the Amethyst Dragon King and maybe Shunjun, who was leading the way. Suddenly, he knelt down on one knee and faced the ancient Emperor Heavens. "The heavens and earth are witnesses. The emperors are witnesses. I, Yifei, swear that maybe Shunjun, if you dare to lead the wolf into the house and capture Senior Sword Demon, when my sword is completed, the Sword Palace and the Amethyst Dragon Palace will be completely destroyed." Yifei's expression was solemn and solemn. He was like an ancient god swearing to the heavens and earth. The entire ancient Emperor Heavens rumbled under Yifei's oath. It was as if the heavens had sensed it. Outside the land of the ancient god, all the forces were shocked. How crazy was it to threaten Renzu with a Tao Lord? How arrogant was he to threaten to destroy the Sword Palace and the Amethyst Dragon King Palace all by himself? The silence only lasted for a moment. Many forces were in an uproar. However, No one was optimistic about Yi Fei. After all, Yi Fei's strength was too weak. The Sword Palace and the Amethyst Dragon Palace were too strong. Moreover, Yi Fei was already trapped in the land of the ancient god. How could he have a chance to escape? Greater success in Sword Dao. What a pity. Yi Fei could have become an existence comparable to the wind and clouds. However, he is courting death. He has offended too many people that he shouldn't have offended. Chuyun Renzu seemed to be sighing, but he was actually sneering. Regarding the threat, Sir Godma B turned his head with extreme disdain and laughed sinisterly. What's the point of saying a dying ant? Unless you are able to awaken the ancient gods to fight for you. Otherwise, you will be trapped in the land of the ancient gods until you die. Then, you will personally witness how that old bastard is killed by the Amethyst Dragon King. Ha ha! With a maniacal laugh, Maybe led the four Renzu from the Divine Dynasty to the teleportation platform and left the Imperial City quickly. They were going to the Sword Palace to capture the slovenly Taoist. At the same time, they would seize the opportunity to take control of the Sword Gate. Bam! Yi Fei watched Ma Bi leave with his own eyes, but there was nothing he could do. Yi Fei slammed his fist on the ground, creating a deep crack. Zhao Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of heartache. She walked over and grabbed Yi Fei's hand. Yi Fei, don't hurt yourself. It won't help. Why don't I go out and ask for Master's help? Maybe we can save Senior Sword Demon. No, you can't go. Yi Fei shook his head firmly. If Zhao Yu went, she would have to pay a price that he couldn't bear even if she begged for Renzu's help. Chapter 2485. Xiao Chao summons spirits. Yi Fei and Mad Dog's expressions turned gloomy as well. After all, they and Bai Yanran had once cultivated in Sword's Gate, and they loved the pure cultivation environment from the bottom of their hearts. If the slovenly Taoist was captured, Sword's Gate would lose its leader, and the whole of Sword's Gate would fall into the same situation as the Sword Palace, falling into a power struggle. From then on, the Sword Palace would no longer be a peaceful place. Is there no way to stop all of this? Mad Dog scratched his head, his eyes turning slightly crazed. He was trying his best to control himself and not rush out. Wu Jie shook his head and said, "It's very difficult. This time, the Amethyst Dragon King isn't the only one who has made a move. There are also the four great Renzu of the God Dynasty. The Sword Palace would rather abandon the Sword Devil than offend the Amethyst Dragon King and the Red Moon God Dynasty, unless what may be said is true and the ancient god can be awakened. Basically, we can only watch Senior Sword Demon being beheaded in front of everyone in a month's time. Or, Brother Yi, you can accept the Amethyst Dragon King's threat and give him the opportunity of the land of the ancient god." Wu Jie's expression was very serious. Beside him, Bai Sui Feng and Bai Shizhong both smiled bitterly and said together, "That ancient god is already dead. His body has turned into a stone statue. How can he awaken again? This is simply nonsense. Maybe he wants to use these words to make us despair and surrender. No, perhaps there is another way to awaken the ancient gods." Even though it was nonsense, Yi Fei vaguely grasped something from it. However, he didn't know if this method would work. But apart from this method, he couldn't think of any other way to resolve this crisis. "Wu Jie, Senior Bai, I have a presumptuous request. I hope that all of you will stay here. No matter what happens, don't go near the ancient god, and don't investigate what I'm doing in the ancient god's body. Can you do that?" Yi Fei stood up and looked at Wu Jie and Bai Sui Feng sincerely. It wasn't that he didn't trust him, but what he wanted to do was too crazy and too shocking. Even he didn't know if he could succeed. Bai Sui Feng was very surprised. When he realized that Yi Fei was not joking, he said in a deep voice, "Sure. From now on, everyone from the Lord Pan Palace will stay here and not move." All right. Wu Jie was even more straightforward. After he finished speaking, he sat down cross-legged at the side and began cultivating madly. Bai Yanran did the same. Only Lu Qing and Bai Yanran looked at Yi Fei curiously. They couldn't understand what Yi Fei was doing. Zhao Yu was also puzzled. She seemed to have thought of something, but she couldn't be sure. "Zhao Yu, I'm leaving. You guys stay here too." By the way, I'll give you the dragon turtle to relieve your boredom. Yi Fei always felt that there was some hidden hostility between Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Bai Yanran. Women's thoughts were very complicated. If there was a disagreement, they might fight on the spot. Yi Fei decided to keep the dragon turtle as a buffer. Seeing the extremely strong dragon turtle, Zhao Yu was shocked. Is this Blackie? Of course. Blackie has changed a lot recently. It feels better to the touch. Lu Qing was the first to pick up the dragon turtle. With a light pat, the dragon turtle bounced up habitually. When it saw Zhao Yu, its eyes lit up. It casually sent out a stream of ice and slapped the dragon turtle back down. Bai Yanran didn't want to be outdone. He suddenly formed the innate divine pattern cauldron and slapped the dragon turtle back down. Lu Qing was very unhappy. She suddenly formed lightning to make the dragon turtle bounce higher. The dragon turtle was so frightened that its black mouth turned pale. It stretched its neck desperately, trying to ask Yi Fei for help. However, Yi Fei was nowhere to be seen. Feeling that something was wrong, Yi Fei decisively rushed into the ancient god's body. However, this time, he didn't enter the ancient god's memories. I don't know if the ancient god's remnant consciousness has dissipated. The ancient god's memories are gone. The only ancient god left is an indestructible Vajra body that is transformed into a stone statue. Inside the ancient god's body, Yi Fei carefully sized up the huge ancient god's body. He was surprised to find that the ancient god's body was no different from a human's. However, the ancient god's body was many times stronger than a mortal's. It was like entering a huge ancient god's world. As Yi Fei was the only one in this world, he didn't have any scruples. He immediately shouted into the beast mark space, "Xiao Qiao, come out and work." Xiao Qiao didn't want to. The battle with Renzu just now had caused some damage to Xiao Qiao. Xiao Qiao wanted to recover in her sleep. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He could only guide her patiently. "Xiao Qiao, don't you want the spirit immortal tribe to have a powerful ancient god protecting them? Perhaps this is an opportunity for us." These words finally piqued Xiao Qiao's interest. She ran out curiously and stood on Yi Fei's shoulder, looking left and right at the ancient god's body. Occasionally, he would widen his heaven and earth god eyes to look in a certain direction. Yi Fei didn't disturb Xiao Qiao. He just let Xiao Qiao look around. All of a sudden, Xiao Qiao seemed to have discovered something. She jumped down from Yi Fei's shoulder and ran towards a certain direction of the ancient gods. Yi Fei hurriedly followed behind her. At the same time, he released his divine sense and scanned the surroundings. He was surprised to find that Xiao Qiao was running in the direction of the ancient god's heart. In his eyes, it was like a huge star that was filled with great pressure. However, Xiao Qiao ignored this pressure. Yi Fei only looked at the ancient god's heart curiously, looking left and right. Yi Fei's expression also became nervous. "Xiao Qiao, how is it? Can the spirit immortal tribe's spirit summoning technique awaken this ancient god?" This was the only way Yi Fei could think of to get out of this predicament. That was to turn maybe's nonsense into reality and awaken this ancient god's body. This was something that other warriors couldn't do. However, Xiao Qiao was different. After all, the spirit immortal tribe had a special spirit summoning technique. This technique could awaken an object and give it spirituality. It could also transform an object from a dead object into a special life form. Coincidentally, in the Earth domain, Yi Fei had come into contact with witchcraft and blood bond with corpse puppets. He knew very well that the more powerful a warrior was, the more likely it was that their body would give birth to spirituality after death. This was especially so for existences like the ancient god. Since they had been dead for countless years, once they transformed and gave birth to a corpse spirit, their combat power would definitely be earth-shattering. Thinking of this, Yi Fei couldn't help but look hopefully at Xiao Qiao. Sensing Yi Fei's gaze, Xiao Qiao didn't say anything. She just suddenly raised her arms. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. He helplessly picked up Xiao Qiao and raised her up high. Then he kissed Xiao Qiao's face. Only then did Xiao Qiao giggle. Suddenly, She nodded affirmatively and said, E, 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 E. Chapter 2486. Awakening of the Ancient God after years of interaction. Yi Fei quickly understood what Xiao Qiao meant. Xiao Qiao, are you saying that it's possible to awaken the Ancient God, but you need my bloodline? Yi Fei probed. Xiao Qiao also nodded her head in a very serious manner and even made several circles with her hands. Yi Fei's face darkened. Clearly, awakening the Ancient God's corpse spirit would require a great price. He would need to release a lot of his bloodline power. But when he thought about how the slovenly Taoist had put himself in danger in order to save him, and how he could be betrayed by the Sword Palace and brought to the Imperial City to be beheaded, Yi Fei gritted his teeth and nodded to Xiao Qiao. No matter how much bloodline power I release, we must succeed this time. This is not only our hope of escaping, but also the greatest repayment to Senior Sword Devil. After all, the Amethyst Dragon King had captured the slovenly Taoist to use Sword Devil to threaten Yi Fei to hand over the cultivation technique of the Ancient God's golden body. If he wanted to break the Amethyst Dragon King's plan, he could only awaken the Ancient God. This time, Xiao Qiao didn't release five-colored light to summon the Ancient God's corpse, but an incomparably complicated divine rune diagram. These diagrams were made up of 108 innate divine runes. In order to activate each divine rune, one needed to use a special bloodline power. The stronger one's bloodline was, the stronger the divine rune's power would be. With this as an opportunity, the chances of awakening the Ancient God's corpse spirit would be higher. Yi Fei also waited for Xiao Qiao to finish inscribing an innate divine rune. He would drip his special blood essence into the divine rune. After absorbing his bloodline power, the divine rune seemed to come alive and emitted an indescribable aura of life. Just like that, Yi Fei continued to release his bloodline power within the Ancient God's corpse. However, his bloodline power was limited. Just like that, 10 days passed. Yi Fei could clearly feel that his bloodline power had reached a state of exhaustion. If he continued to forcefully refine the divine rune, he might run out of blood essence and become a cripple. Xiao Qiao also looked at Yi Fei worriedly. The Spirit Immortal Tribe's spirit summoning was already heaven-defying. The divine runes inscribed were also incomparably complicated. Even with Yi Fei's bloodline power, he could only activate 20% of the divine runes. As for the remaining divine runes, even if Xiao Qiao could inscribe them, Yi Fei wouldn't be able to do it, especially since the spirit summoning this time was an incomparably huge ancient god. The bloodline power required was naturally even more terrifying. Thinking of this, Yi Fei decisively stopped releasing his blood essence. Instead, he dragged his exhausted body and walked out of the ancient god's corpse. Outside, by Sui Feng, Wu Jie and the others were already waiting. Mad Dog's body had suffered a certain degree of injury. This made Yi Fei very surprised. He looked at Bai Sui Feng and Wu Jie. The two of them nodded solemnly. After he went in, the Amethyst Dragon King bribed many Earth Carnage Proclamation experts, wanting to charge in and stop us from exploring the ancient god's secret. Fortunately, your ghost deity cauldron is very powerful. That's how we barely managed to resist the assault of those Earth Carnage Proclamation experts. Wu Jie said it casually, but Yi Fei could imagine how difficult it was for them to resist. Although Bai Yinran also cultivated the 9 Cauldron Heaven Suppression Art and could activate the Divine Ghost Cauldron, compared to the authentic Divine Ghost Cauldron, Bai Yinran couldn't fully unleash the power of the Divine Ghost Cauldron. Thinking of this, Yi Fei didn't hesitate anymore. Instead, he said in a deep voice, "In order to awaken the ancient god, I still need one more thing. That is a large amount of bloodline power. If you trust me, lend me your bloodline power. I guarantee that the ancient god will awaken. We will definitely be able to kill our way out of the Red Moon Imperial City." Yi Fei, you don't have to say all these. Awakening the ancient god isn't just for you. At the same time, it's also for ourselves. You might not know this. Just as you entered the ancient god's remains, the martial artists that we captured brought in news. This time, all the martial artists that entered the land of the ancient god were forcefully ordered by the Red Moon God dynasty to hand over the opportunities of the ancient god on them. If they don't want to hand it over, they have to take the initiative to enter the land of the ancient god and attack us. Zhao Yu's tone was a little heavy. Yi Fei only knew now that he was in charge of the Regent Sky Palace and opening the land of the ancient god. This had a huge impact on the Red Moon God dynasty. This could very well change the situation of the entire Divine Prefecture. It was no wonder that the Amethyst Dragon King wanted to obtain the ancient god's golden body and kill him. However, I won't let the Amethyst Dragon King get what he wants. I must save Senior Sword Demon's life. I must also turn the Red Moon God dynasty upside down. Yi Fei's eyes flashed with determination. No one refused his request. From Zhao Yu to the young Dao lords of the Lord Pan Palace, they all did their best to refine the power of their bloodlines and gave it to Yi Fei. Even the dragon turtle endured the pain and released its rank 8 demon dragon bloodline. With this bloodline, Yi Fei entered the ancient god's body again with a solemn expression. Inside, Xiao Chao was laboriously inscribing divine runes. These were all innate divine runes. Xiao Chao had the divine eye of heaven and earth and could capture the rules of Tao. Xiao Chao was so tired that he was panting. When Yi Fei entered, Xiao Chao's rosy little face started to turn pale. Yi Fei felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. Xiao Chao, don't be anxious. We could take our time. Squeak. Xiao Chao waved his hand, indicating that he did not want to. After all, the Amethyst Dragon King only gave Yi Fei a month's time. If Yi Fei was still unwilling to hand over the ancient god's golden body within this period of time, then with the Amethyst Dragon King's cold-bloodedness, the old man who was gnawing on his drumstick would be doomed. In the end, Xiao Chao was a kind person. At this time, she would rather tire herself out than see this slovenly Taoist get caught and killed. Hence, Xiao Chao continued to inscribe divine runes. Even though his little face was pale, his fingers were moving, and even his spirit was exhausted, Xiao Chao did not stop. He continued to inscribe divine runes. Finally, after 20 days, Xiao Chao successfully inscribed the last innate divine rune. When the last innate divine rune was completed, Xiao Chao's vision turned black. Finally, he could not hold on any longer and fainted. Yi Fei's figure quickly appeared beside Xiao Chao and sent Xiao Chao back to the beastmark space. Yi Fei's face was filled with pain. But when he thought about the slovenly Taoist who might have been captured, Yi Fei's expression became firm again. Xiao Chao, don't worry. This ancient god spirit was awakened by you. I will definitely awaken it. Even if I have to destroy the entire Red Moon Holy Dynasty, I will not hesitate. Squeak. Xiao Chao seemed to have heard Yi Fei's voice in his sleep. He mumbled unconsciously, but there was a happy smile on his face. It seemed like he was having a carefree dream. Boom. When Xiao Chao was sleeping soundly, the 108 innate divine runes in the ancient god's body were completely activated. With the activation of the divine runes, a mysterious energy was awakening in the ancient god's body. It suddenly changed from a dead state to a life force. That was the aura of the ancient god's corpse that was awakening. Chapter 2487. Sword Palace Rebellion. Although the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty had declined, its overall strength was not something that a single force could contend against. In particular, it was rumored that there was an old ancient emperor in the Divine Dynasty who had sealed himself in the Imperial City. This made the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty even more impregnable. At least before the ancient emperor died of old age, no force would be willing to go against the Divine Dynasty. It was the same for the Sword Palace. With the Purple Dragon King's order and the arrival of the 4 Rinzhu of the Celestial Dynasty, the Sword Guardian Rinzhu and the Evil Sword Rinzhu, the 2 leaders of the Inner and Outer Sword Palace had to face reality. The Sword Palace could no longer tolerate the existence of Swords Gate, especially the slovenly Taoist. We can't afford to wait any longer. Sword's Gate is important, but if we offend the celestial imperial court and attract their hostility, the Sword Palace will be at a great disadvantage. Sword Guardian Renzu, I suggest that we act now. Before the celestial imperial court Renzu makes his move, we will work together to clean up the Sword's Gate and hand over that old bastard Long Tuo as punishment. Evil Sword Renzu, as his name suggested, was filled with an evil sword aura. His aura was even stronger than Sword Renzu's. This was also the reason why Sword Renzu wanted to ally with the palace of the King of Gods. Renzu was starting to feel that evil Sword Renzu was a potential threat to him. However, the order of the Divine Dynasty could not be disobeyed. At least, the Sword Palace, which was still divided, could not disobey. Finally, Renzu sighed, and the two Renzu walked into the Sword Gate together. Inside the Sword Gate, sword light shone from all the peaks. All the half-step divine lords came out and angrily questioned the two Renzu. Are you not even willing to let go of the last piece of pure land in the Sword Palace? Senior Sword Demon's soul is already damaged. He is no longer a threat to you. So why are you still helping outsiders and destroying Sword's Gate? Humph, this is an order from the Divine Dynasty. Long Tuo, you're the one who caused this trouble. The Sword Palace can't be implicated, nor can it have anything to do with Yi Fei. Do you want to surrender yourself? Or do you want me to do it myself? Evil Sword Renzu said with an evil aura. From the depths of Sword's Gate, a muscular figure walked out. It was the Rod Demon who had broken through to the Divine Monarch level. He walked over with a sad face and stared at Renzu, Hu Jian, and Xie Jian in a crazed manner. You two are not worthy to be Renzu. Senior Sword Demon knew that none of you had the guts to go against the Celestial Dynasty, so he did one last thing for the sake of the Sword Palace. He left Sword's Gate and went to the Celestial Dynasty. Boom! As Rod Demon spoke, a shocking sword light burst out from the sky above the city of 1,000 swords. It was the slovenly Taoist, a half-step divine monarch, fighting against the four Renzu. It was like throwing an egg at a rock. The human ancestor, Zheng Tai, who had rushed over, summoned a giant dark force palm to break through the sword light that filled the sky. At the same time, he struck the slovenly Taoist with his palm, causing him to vomit blood and fall to the ground. The other three human ancestors sneered and summoned dark force chains that pierced through the slovenly Taoist's body and soul. You went against the Celestial Dynasty and stood up for Yi Fei. Eight-armed sword demon, you were once a Renzu. How unwise of you. Maybe sneered. Now that he had defeated the slovenly Taoist, he would be in charge of Sword's Gate in the future. Humph, the Sword Palace has declined because of idiots like you. I can die, but one day, Yi Fei will break through Renzu and rebuild the real Sword Palace. The old Taoist, who had been seriously injured, finally regained his demeanor as the eight-armed sword demon. Maybe he was so scared that he couldn't help but take a step back. Zheng Tai and the other three human ancestors sneered together. They did not give the slovenly Taoist a chance to speak. They dragged the chains and walked into a huge teleportation door of light. When the door of light passed through countless distances and returned to the royal capital, it happened to be the last day of the month. On this day, Tao Lords and Divine Lords were as numerous as clouds in the sky. Many human ancestors had come from all over the Divine Prefecture to observe the mysteries of the land of the ancient god. They had personally witnessed how the Violet Dragon King had used the name of the Crimson Moon Godly Dynasty to capture the eight-armed sword demon and personally escort him to the entrance of the land of the ancient god in the ancient imperial heavens. Go in and tell Yi Fei that I'll give him half an hour. If he doesn't come out, I'll cut off the eight-armed sword demon's head and get it to him. A vicious light flashed in the amethyst dragon king's eyes. Capturing the slovenly Taoist was only secondary. His real purpose was to force Yi Fei to show himself so that he could seize the opportunity of obtaining the golden body of the ancient god. For this, he didn't hesitate to kill his own son. Now, he was going to cut off the head of the slovenly Taoist who had helped Yi Fei a lot. In the land of the ancient god, By Yinran and Mad Dog's expressions changed. What should we do? The Sword Palace really handed over the Sword Demon. Should we inform Yi Fei? We can't. It's nonsense to awaken the ancient god. If Yi Fei goes out now, he'll die. Bai Suifeng hardened his heart and decided to hide the truth. Bai Shizhong and Wu Jie's expressions changed, but they couldn't refute. The enemy that Yi Fei was facing this time was simply too powerful. It was already not something that they could deal with. Lu Qing was no longer in the mood to pat the dragon turtle. She put down the dragon turtle and said, "Before I came out, Master gave me the Gate of Deity. If I open it, I might be able to invite Master. It still won't work. How can one Renzu fight against the entire Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty?" Bai Suifeng shook his head again. "Then I'll go out and ask Master in the Palace of the Deity. Even if I can't save the Sword Demon, I can at least ask the Palace of the Deity to remain neutral." Zhao Yu gritted her teeth. It wasn't easy for her to reunite with Yi Fei. If she didn't allow it, Yi Fei would be in a desperate situation. Bai Suifeng still shook his head. Just as he was about to speak, a loud rumble came from the depths of the land of the ancient god. Then a huge hand rose from the ground. Then a second hand reached out from the ground. The earth started to rumble, and the sky shook. A huge skeleton of the ancient god suddenly propped its hands on the ground and slowly, but firmly, stood up from the ground. This scene shocked everyone. Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Bai Yinran opened their mouths in shock. Bai Suifeng and Bai Shizhong widened their eyes at the same time. He's really sick. He actually awakened an ancient god. Wu Jie and Mad Dog were so shocked that they broke out in cold sweat. Then, they saw a terrifying divine fist shattering the void and piercing through the sky. Roar! A gust of corpse qi came out from the mouth of the ancient god. Under Xiao Chao's spirit summoning, the skeleton of the ancient god finally gave birth to a real corpse spirit after a month. The Amethyst Dragon King was still unaware of this. He was ordering people to enter the land of the ancient god as an envoy to threaten Yi Fei. Chapter 2488. The death of Renzi, divine emperor of the Ministry of Justice, who had been sent by the divine dynasty, walked up to the execution platform with a cold face, carrying a special torture instrument with spiritual augmentation. He was about to put the slovenly Taoist to death by 1,000 cuts. At the same time, a violent roar of an ancient god suddenly came from the void, breaking the heavens and shattering the execution platform. Before the divine lords carrying out the punishment could understand what was happening, their bodies exploded and their souls crumbled. The ancient god's roar had such terrifying might. All the warriors who saw this scene drew a cold gasp. Many Renzu were shocked. The Purple Dragon King was the first to react. He rushed towards the slovenly Taoist as soon as he realized that something was wrong. He wanted to take him hostage. But before he could do anything, a giant ancient god's hand came out from the land of the ancient god and slammed down on him. Purple Dragon King died. Impossible. An ant like you can actually control the corporeal body of an ancient god. The Amethyst Dragon King turned his head in shock. What he saw was a terrifying ancient god walking out of the land of the ancient gods with a torrential corpse aura. What was even more inconceivable was that Yi Fei could stand on the shoulder of the ancient god and control the body of the ancient god with the body of a mortal. Not to mention the Amethyst Dragon King. All the Renzu present felt a great fear. In the current divine continent, a dying ancient god emperor was able to suppress everyone. If someone could control an ancient god, even if it was just the physical body, it would be enough to change the entire divine prefecture and the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty. For a moment, all the Renzu looked at Yi Fei with strong murderous intent and greed. This child is a variable, and he could very well be the key to the rise and fall of our Crimson Moon God Dynasty. We can't let him succeed. We must capture him at all costs and grasp the method to control this ancient god's corporeal body. Set up the blood formation in founding Emperor City and set up the Four Symbols ambush. Quickly ask His Majesty to bring the experts of the royal family here. Zheng Tai, the Imperial College's vice-chancellor, and the other three forefathers didn't have time to bother with the slovenly Taoist. They roared furiously and charged into the sky, fighting against the terrifying ancient god's body together with the Violet Dragon King. Seeing this, Zhao Yu and the others who had also rushed out were shocked and instinctively wanted to help. Even if Yi Fei could control the body of an ancient god, he was still facing the 5 great Rinzhu. Further away, more Rinzhu were also getting restless. They wanted to capture Yi Fei and force him to tell them how to control the ancient god. In the void, Yi Fei roared and instantly activated all the godly patterns on the ancient god's body. He pointed at the Rinzhu who were charging towards him and roared, "Kill them all, and I will grant you complete life and freedom." Roar. As if it understood Yi Fei's words, the ancient god's corpse spirit let out an even more terrifying roar and instinctively unleashed some of the ancient god's power. The terrifying stone fists were like 2 godly mountains flying towards the Amethyst Dragon King. The dragon exploded, and so did one of the Amethyst Dragon King's arms. The Amethyst Dragon King was enraged. He opened his mouth and wanted to release the purple dragon roar, but not to attack the ancient god. Instead, he wanted to kill Yi Fei, who was standing on the ancient god's shoulder. Seeing this, Yi Fei sneered. His body suddenly turned into a green dragon and entered the ancient god's body. He then landed firmly on the ancient god's heart. "Ancient god, kill the Amethyst Dragon King for me. Kill the Amethyst Dragon King." The corpse spirit went completely berserk. He didn't pay any attention to the other patriarchs. He stepped forward and unleashed a barrage of stone fists. They were like mountains as they slammed into Violet Dragon King. Violet Dragon King sensed that his golden body of despair was about to collapse, and his chest was about to collapse. "This is impossible. How can this be? I am a Rinzhu, the future ancient emperor. How can I be defeated? How can I die? Yimo, what kind of evil technique did you use?" The entire void resounded with the Amethyst Dragon King's desperate and frenzied roar. He ignited his bloodline, even his heavenly palace and divine soul. He didn't care about the price he had to pay as he madly rushed towards Yi Fei. At this time, another ancient divine stone fist arrived. It carried the power to shatter the starry sky. Just one fist had already shattered the Amethyst Dragon King's heavenly palace and even his divine soul. Bang! Bang! There was a shocking explosion of blood between heaven and earth. That was the scene of the Amethyst Dragon King, Rinzu's body exploding and divine soul collapsing. The Amethyst Dragon King had died on the spot. Zheng Tai and the other 3 human ancestors were enraged. Their mystiques blasted the ancient god's body mercilessly. However, the ancient god's body was too tough. This was especially true for this ancient god. Due to his cultivation of the ancient god golden body, his body had already reached an indestructible state. How could the attacks of the human ancestors possibly damage it? Roar! After killing the Amethyst Dragon King, the ancient god's corpse spirit suddenly opened his mouth and swallowed the Amethyst Dragon King. At the same time, he waved his fist again and smashed them towards Zheng Tai and the other 3 Rinzhu. 2 Rinzhu could not dodge in time. One of them was severely injured and vomited blood. He could only escape with his divine soul. The other one died on the spot. His body and divine soul were smashed into a meat patty. Then, the ancient god's corpse spirit grabbed the meat patty and swallowed it. It let out an excited and thirsty cry. Clearly, the taste of Rinzu's flesh and blood was very much to the ancient god's corpse spirit's appetite. There was no need for Yi Fei to give any more orders. The ancient god's corpse spirit had already charged forward and started killing all Rinzhu around it. Many Rinzhu, both inside and outside the heavens, looked defeated. No one had expected that the encirclement of Rinzhu against a mere Dao lord would result in such a terrifying situation. The ancient god's corpse had come alive and slaughtered Rinzhu. The entire imperial city was in chaos. Martial artists were running for their lives everywhere. Zhang Feng, Nailan Shui, and Jiang Hui's hands and feet were cold. They thought that they could kill Yi Fei if they worked together. However, Yi Fei's counterattack was sharp and unexpected every time. Kill. After fighting for a long time, the ancient god's corpse spirit actually learned the human language and seemed to have become much more intelligent. It didn't chase after Renzu recklessly. Instead, it focused on the injured Renzu. It rushed over, opened its mouth, and swallowed the Renzu alive. It used the power of the ancient god to refine it instantly. Demon, Yi Fei, you evil demon, how dare you use the body of an ancient god to kill 4 Renzu of the divine dynasty? From now on, the divine dynasty will fight you to the death. The directorate's Zheng Tai roared madly, but his voice was getting farther and farther away. He didn't dare to stay for even a moment. The ferocity of the ancient god's corpse spirit was enough to scare away all Renzu. Very quickly, the entire heavens, both inside and outside, became calm and peaceful. Only one ancient god remained, raising his head and roaring. He really wanted to chase after the human ancestors and devour them. Yi Fei hurriedly controlled the 108 divine runes in the ancient god's heart, forcing the ancient god's corpse spirit to calm down. After all, his main goal was not to kill, but to save people and escape. Chapter 2489. Complete zombie transformation. After scaring away all the warriors, Yi Fei then rushed up the ancient god's arm to the execution platform and freed the slovenly Taoist, the 8-armed sword demon, from his imprisonment. The slovenly Taoist's expression was filled with complicated emotions. Then he saw a sneaky black tortoise rush out of the land of the ancient god and loot the dimensional belts that Renzu had dropped after his death. Zhao Yu, by Yanran, Lu Qing, Wu Jie, and by Shizhong also came out of the land of the ancient god. A rare smile appeared on the slovenly Taoist's face, but then he shook his head. Yi Fei, do you know that you've made a huge mistake? Although I don't know how you awakened the ancient god's corpse spirit, it is impossible for you to control the ancient god's body all the time, given your current realm. Moreover, the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty is not as simple as you think. Zheng Tai's trip will definitely alarm the ancient emperor of the Divine Dynasty. At that time, with the ancient emperor's power, do you think you can resist him with just the ancient god's corpse spirit? Hurry up and leave the divine land. Roar. Before he finished speaking, the ancient god corpse spirit that had been quietly standing there suddenly roared in a certain direction. Yi Fei looked up and discovered that the ancient god's roar was coming from the direction of the imperial palace. In the distance, there were already divine monarchs from Jade Palace rushing over. Young master, something bad has happened. The theocrats have already asked the ancient emperor to revive. If we don't leave now, it will be too late. This is your last chance. Come to master's side. Otherwise, once the emperor of the ancients appears, no one will be able to protect you. Qian Renzu's voice came from afar. Boom. However, before Renzu could finish his words, the entire imperial city suddenly erupted with a vast imperial divine might. Under this divine might, even Renzu felt a great sense of fear. This divine might pressed down on the heavens, and the heavens began to crumble. Only the ancient god corpse spirit let out a furious roar. Suddenly, it grabbed Yi Fei and placed him on its shoulder. At the same time, it strode forward in the direction of the imperial palace. Zhao Yu and Lu Qing's expressions changed at the same time. On the ancient god's shoulder, Yi Fei suddenly thought it through. Senior Sword Demon is right. I awakened the ancient god. Although I killed the Amethyst Dragon King, I also caused a huge disaster. There is no place for me in the current divine prefecture. Wu Jie, Senior Bai, thank you for your help. However, the current situation is no longer under our control. While I'm holding off the ancient emperor, we should take this opportunity to escape. Hurry up and return to your own forces. Zhao Yu, you too, hurry up and leave with Qian Renzu. Soon, I will personally go to the palace of the Divine King to pick you up. I won't leave. Zhao Yu's eyes were filled with determination. Suddenly, a golden light flashed beside him. It was Bai Suifeng, who had grabbed Zhao Yu, Lu Qing, and Bai Yan ran. Let's leave quickly. Without the protection of the ancient god corpse spirit, we can't even withstand the gaze of the ancient emperor. If we stay here, we will only be a burden to Yi Fei. Follow me. I came to the Divine Prefecture because Master gave me the immortal essence door to let us leave the imperial city. Lu Qing suddenly thought of something. Without the spatial shackles of the land of the ancient god, she quickly took out the immortal essence door. The slovenly Taoist's eyes lit up. That's great. With this thing, we have hope of escaping. But Yi Fei, Zhao Yu turned back and looked into the distance. Don't worry, he will be fine. This trip to the Earth Carnage Roll was a test that I gave him. Since he has completed this test, I should give him this thing. Suddenly, the slovenly Taoist took out a rag and stuffed it into the dragon turtle's mouth. Then, he emptied the dragon turtle's mystic meridians. Finally, he kicked the dragon turtle into the distance. The dragon turtle roared furiously. However, this roar was quickly drowned out by the even more terrifying ancient emperor's wrath. Suddenly, a terrifying ancient emperor's light rushed out from the sky above the imperial palace. Soon, the light turned into a terrifying palm that covered more than half of the imperial city. It fiercely slammed towards the ancient god corpse spirit. Boom! Roar! The ancient god corpse spirit punched out furiously. It didn't have any special abilities. The ancient god's physical body was its strongest special ability. This stone fist could kill Rinzhu, but it couldn't shake the golden palm. There was only a loud boom. This golden palm could even push the ancient god's body back. This was the power of the Heaven Realm's ancient emperor. It was as if it could destroy the world. Even the corpse spirit born from the ancient god's body couldn't resist it. At the same time, the collision between the corpse spirit and the ancient emperor turned the imperial city into ruins. Zhao Yu and the others were horrified. The ancient emperor's attack was so terrifying. Even if Yi Fei controlled the ancient god's body, how could he resist it? Yi Fei, run! Zhao Yu shouted from afar. At this time, everyone had entered the door of immortal essences. Only Zhao Yu and Lu Qing, who was controlling the door of immortal essences, hadn't entered. They were waiting for Yi Fei. However, seeing the ancient emperor's light in the imperial palace getting stronger and stronger, how could Yi Fei retreat now and put Zhao Yu and Lu Qing in danger? I'm sorry. Yi Fei controlled the ancient god's body and suddenly turned around. He pushed his palm forward and pushed Zhao Yu and Lu Qing into the door of immortal essences. Rizhu, who was far away in Qingzhou, mistakenly thought that everyone had entered the door of immortal essences. The door of immortal essences suddenly exploded with a strong divine light and rushed out of the imperial city sky. Within the imperial palace, the ancient emperor's angry snort could be heard. An even stronger and more terrifying golden palm covered half of the imperial city. It shattered the heavens and destroyed countless buildings within the imperial city. Countless warriors were killed by the ancient emperor's palm. The huge ancient god corpse spirit's stiff face turned solemn. Suddenly, it lowered its head and looked at Yi Fei with reluctance. A huge force was released from the ancient god's body. As it shattered the void, it grabbed Yi Fei and threw him out like a meteorite. Yi Fei's heart trembled. Of course, he knew what it meant when the ancient god corpse spirit threw him out. This corpse spirit wanted to use its own life to save his. Corpse spirit, you were born because of me. I won't let you die because of me. Roar! The ancient god corpse spirit's roar reverberated throughout the imperial city. This roar instantly broke through all the divine inscriptions that Xiao Chao had engraved in its body and completely severed its connection with Yi Fei. Only now did Yi Fei know that after devouring a large amount of Rinzhu, the ancient god corpse spirit had already gained the ability to break free from his control and completely transform. However, because of its attachment to Yi Fei, The corpse spirit hadn't done so until the ancient emperor of the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty appeared. Not only did he threaten Yifei's safety, but he also threatened the corpse spirit's own safety. Only then did the ancient god corpse spirit resolutely sever its connection with Yifei and completely transform. It also obtained the violent and terrifying power of the ancient god. Boom! Chapter 2490. The boundary between God and devil. The ancient emperor was the most powerful being in the entire divine prefecture. Although the ancient god's corpse spirit was not a real ancient god, it could still unleash a terrifying attack with the remaining ancient god power of the ancient god's corpse. This attack infuriated the emperor of the ancients and terrified Renzu. In the imperial city, everyone was running for their lives. In the imperial palace, Renzu was trembling in fear. Capture the Yifei. We must bring him back to the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty alive at all costs. His friends and family must all be executed. Inside the palace, a member of the royal family issued an order in shock. Although there was an ancient emperor in the divine dynasty, this ancient emperor was too ancient. He was able to survive not because he was too strong, but because he cherished his life too much. When the other ancient emperors died or left, only this ancient emperor used a self-sealing technique to maintain a state of being neither dead nor alive. However, this state wasn't invincible. Every time the ancient emperor was awakened from his seal, a portion of his lifespan would be consumed. This was the 7th time the ancient emperor had been awakened, and he was nearing the end of his lifespan. The fact that Yifei had awakened the ancient god's corpse spirit was undoubtedly a heavy blow to the Crimson Moon divine dynasty. Finally, after 3 days and 3 nights of intense battle with the ancient emperor, the ancient god's corpse spirit broke through the void and escaped from the imperial city. The ancient emperor didn't chase. He only coughed out a mouthful of black blood and looked at the retreating corpse spirit in confusion. Ancient god spirit summoning is something only the Spirit Immortal clan can do. Could it be that what should come is finally coming? Back then, in order to prolong his life and break through to a higher level, he had taken a risk. He had mobilized all the forces of the divine dynasty, including the forces of the 10 palaces, to attack the spirit realm and crazily plunder the spirit blood of the immortal spirits in an attempt to prolong his life. Unfortunately, he did not succeed. In the battle in the spirit realm, he had expended a huge amount of vitality, but he had not obtained a single drop of spirit blood. All the members of the Spirit Immortal tribe would rather self-destruct than leave a drop of their spirit blood to prolong his life. Because of that battle, the 10 great forces took the opportunity to break free from the control of the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty. Each of them had their own territory, especially the golden body of despair of the heavenly palace of despair, which was related to the ancient gods. In order to protect his position, obtain the golden body of despair, comprehend the ancient god, and obtain the method to make further breakthroughs, he joined forces with the Yin-Yang Palace to destroy the heavenly palace of despair. However, it seemed that everything he had done had not changed his fate. Instead, he seemed to have dragged the Crimson Moon Holy Dynasty into a more dangerous situation. The ancient emperor's expression darkened. He looked up into the sky and ordered, "The divine dynasty cannot be destroyed by my hands. Pass down my order. Everyone who enters the land of the ancient god must hand over the opportunities they have obtained. If they resist, their families will be wiped out." The heaven realm was incomparably vast. The divine prefecture was only the first level of the heaven realm. Outside of it, there was still the 2nd level, the 3rd level, and even the 9th level. At the same time, the border area of each heaven was the place where the conflict was the most intense. For example, the border between the divine prefecture and the demon prefecture was the same. There was a large number of people who had fled from the divine prefecture and the demon prefecture to seek refuge there. Over time, this place became a chaotic area. There were no laws here, only strength. Whoever was strong enough would be able to obtain the best treatment here. The divine devil city. It was the largest ancient city in the border area. Both the divine prefecture and the demon prefecture were gathered here. After the ancient god's corpse spirit threw them out of the imperial city, the divine prefecture could no longer accommodate them. Yi Fei could only bring the dragon turtle and Xiao Chao to the divine devil city by following the map. Of course, that map was the rag that the slovenly Taoist had stuffed into the dragon turtle's mouth. The dragon turtle was still brooding over it. It was even more mournful that the slovenly Taoist had plundered all of its mystic veins. However, other than the divine devil city, this map has another name. It's called the Dragon Chart Pavilion. Could it be that Senior Sword Demon asked me to come here to find the Dragon Chart Pavilion? What does the divine devil city have to do with the ninth heaven swordmaster? Yi Fei was very puzzled. He knew that everything the slovenly Taoist was doing was to help him grow quickly so that he could rescue the nine heaven swordmaster from that mysterious golden mountain vein as soon as possible. Since that was the case, there must be a deeper reason for him to come to the Dragon Chart Pavilion. I just don't know where the Dragon Chart Pavilion is or what kind of power it is in the divine devil city. Yi Fei frowned and walked into a restaurant. This was the last restaurant that he had come to inquire about. If he still couldn't find the location of the Dragon Chart Pavilion, then he could only put up a bounty in the city. However, that would be too ostentatious. Yi Fei wasn't sure if there were spies from the Crimson Moon Divine Dynasty in the Divine Devil City. Therefore, he kept a low profile and walked into the last restaurant. At this time, a young man carrying a sword walked out with a cold expression. "You're the one who's been asking about the Dragon Chart Pavilion? You know about the Dragon Chart Pavilion?" Yi Fei looked at the young man with a surprised expression. They both used swords, and he had a good impression of swordsmen. The young man's expression was very cold. He nodded slightly and said, "If you want to find the Dragon Chart Pavilion, follow me." After saying that, the young man led the way, not caring if Yi Fei followed. Yi Fei shrugged and didn't say anything. He just lifted his feet and followed behind. "Interesting. If you want to enter the Dragon Chart Pavilion, you have to follow my footsteps." The young man didn't have the slightest bit of aura. He just took large strides forward. Every step he took was very strange. It was as if the ground was shrinking. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of Yi Fei. Obviously, the young man was deliberately testing him. How could he show weakness at this time? Yi Fei's footsteps didn't change. The flames on his back spread and condensed into a special pair of azure dragonfire wings. As the fire wings flapped, Yi Fei's figure became faster and faster. He just happened to be right behind the young man. When they were 10 steps away, the young man's expression changed. He increased his speed again, but every time he increased his speed, he couldn't shake off Yi Fei. This was also a dangerous 10 steps. It meant that Yi Fei could attack him from behind at any time. Suddenly, the young man stopped. He turned around and stared coldly at Yi Fei. "Your speed is not bad. However, you're not my match. Tell me, why do you want to know about the Dragon Chart Pavilion? Who told you about it?" Clang! The long sword was unsheathed. There was a strange demonic sound behind it. This demonic sound could shake a cultivator's soul and make them subconsciously say what was on their mind. However, when he heard this demonic sound and compared it to the powerful purple dragon roar of the Amethyst Dragon King, Yi Fei felt that it was funny. "You want to compete with me in sword sound? Fine, I'll fulfill your wish." Boom! The sword sound was vast and mighty. Yi Fei didn't use the black gold Emperor's sword. He only released his undying sword soul. A terrifying sword soul's power had already shattered the young man's sword sound and locked onto his throat. Chapter 2491. Half-Dragon, it doesn't matter who I am. The key is that you know about the Dragon Chart Pavilion, so you must bring me there. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions towards you. It's just that an old friend asked me to come to Divine Devil City to find the Dragon Chart Pavilion. It wasn't easy to find someone who knew about the Dragon Chart Pavilion. Yi Fei didn't want to cause any misunderstandings, so he took out the rag he carried with him. That rag was rotten and dirty. When he stuffed it into the dragon turtle's mouth, it vomited for 3 days. The youth with the sword on his back stared at the rag Yi Fei took out with a serious expression. This is demonic silk produced by the demonic silkworm. This is unique to my Long family. Only my Long family knows about the Dragon Char Pavilion. How do you know who gave you this cloth? The youth's gaze was fixed on Yi Fei, but Yi Fei was very calm. His name is Long Tuo, and he has another title, the Eight-Armed Sword Demon. What? The Eight-Armed Sword Demon? The youth's expression became shocked. He then looked deeply at the rag, and the hostility on his body slowly disappeared. Are you the son or disciple of the previous patriarch? But that's not important. Since the previous patriarch asked you to come, then come with me. The youth with the sword on his back didn't walk forward, but returned to Divine Devil City. Outsiders don't know about the Dragon Char Pavilion because it's a secret of my dragon family. Outsiders can't know about it. Dragon family? Yi Fei was very surprised. He immediately sensed the youth's aura carefully. Indeed, he found that the youth had a very strong aura of the dragon family. Within the beastmark space, Xiao Qiao and the dragon turtle looked at the young man curiously. The young man didn't hide his identity and just asked curiously, "What's wrong? Didn't the previous patriarch tell you about us half-dragon people?" Only then did Yi Fei know that the youth wasn't a true dragon, but a hybrid between a dragon and a human. Such a strange race was very common in the Demon Province. The Demon Province was also very suitable for Evil Path and Demon Path warriors to cultivate. Right? I remember that senior brother Zhao and Fu Renja brought Pang Bei to the Demon Province to cultivate. I wonder if I'll be able to meet them. Yi Fei thought absent-mindedly. The sword-bearing youth was not a talkative person. Seeing that Yi Fei did not know much, he did not speak further. Isn't that Long Xing? What's wrong, genius of the Long family? I heard that you failed to woo the young miss of the Qin family and were beaten up instead. You still have the face to appear in front of us. Outside Divinity Devil City, a group of luxurious carriages came out. These carriages were filled with young masters and young ladies, all of them exuding powerful auras. It was clear that they were not ordinary playboys. The nearby pedestrians, including a half-step divine lord, hurriedly made way for these carriages. Only Long Xing, out of his dignity as a half-dragon, didn't have any intention of making way. He immediately attracted the attention of these young masters and young ladies. There was also a woman in the carriage. She had exquisite makeup on her face, but her eyes were filled with disdain. Long Xing, you are really getting worse and worse. My little sister is a peerless beauty. How can she be compared to a half-dragon, half-human half-dragon like you? The two of you are simply worlds apart. If you kneel down now and swear that you will no longer have anything to do with my little sister, I can pretend that I didn't see a pile of dog shit like you. The woman's words were extremely vicious. Long Xing's face immediately turned ashen and twisted. It was as if he wished he could rush up and engage in a great battle. But for some unknown reason, Long Xing actually managed to suppress his anger. He didn't even look at Yi Fei. He turned and strode away. Many of the young masters and young ladies in the carriage had bored expressions. Since this matter didn't concern him, Yi Fei couldn't be bothered to speak. Even if Long Xing ignored him, he deliberately put some distance between them and unhurriedly followed Long Xing. But the woman in the carriage clearly had no intention of letting Long Xing go. She clapped her hands, and the Dao Lord guards around the carriage formed a human wall that surrounded Long Xing and blocked Yi Fei's path. Long Xing's expression changed. He said angrily, "Qin Yi, this is between you and me. Don't implicate the innocent. This person has nothing to do with me." Nothing to do with him? Long Xing, you are still so bad at lying. You were very close to this person just now. You are clearly on the same side. Now that you're trying to distance yourself, I can't help but suspect that this person's background is unknown. This makes me very unhappy. Men, break the legs of these two country bumpkins. Make them kneel to the side and make way for us. Another young master in luxurious clothes walked out from behind Qin Yi. This person's aura was even stronger than Qin Yi's. He was an early-stage Dao Lord, but he had the aura of a late-stage Dao Lord. This made Yi Fei extremely surprised. He felt that there were really hidden dragons and crouching tigers in this place where the gods and demons intersected. Such strength already had the qualifications to enter the Earth Carnage role. The strange thing was that these martial artists didn't participate. These words caused Longxing's expression to change drastically. He said angrily in a deep voice, "Qinjun, you forced me to do this. Do you really think that you can do whatever you want of me just because you know my weakness?" Boom! A unique aura erupted from Longxing's body. That was a rolling dragon aura, causing many of the young masters in the carriage to reveal looks of fear. Qin Yi's eyes lit up when she felt this dragon aura. Very good. Xiaoxi was right. The dragon aura in your body might be the purest in the Long family. Unfortunately, in front of my Qin family, that little bit of dragon aura is still not enough. Qinjun, go up. According to the rules of our divine devil city, fight with Longxing. If he can block 3 of your moves, then let him go. If he can't, then let him kneel by the side of the road for the people of the divine devil city to see. What kind of character does the young master of the Long family have? Qin Yi's words fell. Qin Jun, who was standing beside her, immediately sneered. He stood on top of the carriage and pointed at Longxing and Yi Fei. Don't say that I'm bullying you. Both of you, come at me together. If you win, you can leave. If you lose, I don't want you to kneel. I only want you to crawl under my crotch. This request of mine, isn't it kind? Qin Jun, your request is too benevolent. It's so benevolent that we want to laugh. Ha ha! Laughter spread far and wide, attracting more people to come and watch. Longxing's eyes were red. He clenched his fists, but he still didn't attack. Instead, he suddenly looked at Yi Fei and said, "Turn right here and you will find the Long family. This has nothing to do with you. Leave." Yi Fei nodded secretly. Although he didn't know, Longxing was clearly strong. Why would he be willing to be humiliated? However, for the sake of Senior Sword Demon, Yi Fei didn't want the descendants of the Long family to be humiliated. Immediately, he took a step forward and was about to attack. Suddenly, a middle-aged man walked out from the city gate in the distance. As soon as he appeared, his dragon aura scared the beasts in the carriages, causing them to move wildly. Some of the carriages were even overturned. The young masters and young mistresses on the carriages were so frightened that they quickly flew into the air to avoid being embarrassed. However, the moment they flew into the air, the Tyrannosaurus who walked out suddenly changed. Dragon horns grew on his head, releasing a terrifying divine light. The whole world shook violently. Chapter 2492. Dragon Palace. The dragon horn released a divine light that formed continuous purple lightning arcs. The young masters and young mistresses were all paralyzed and fell to the ground in a sorry state. Only Qin Yi and Qin Jun had an invisible barrier of qi around them that blocked the impact of the lightning arcs. Qin Yi, Qin Jun, this is what you get for humiliating yourself. Thank you, third uncle. Longxing's expression returned to normal as he walked towards the middle-aged man. However, the middle-aged man slapped him. Brat, your weakness is exposed. You're at your weakest now. Are you still thinking about that demoness? You don't even care about your life? Third uncle, I just can't accept this. I didn't expect our 3 years of relationship to end like this. Longxing's expression was gloomy. Although the middle-aged man had slapped him, it was obvious that he was still very worried about him. He didn't say anything and just grabbed Longxing's arm to leave. Longxing suddenly thought of something. He pointed at Yi Fei and said to the middle-aged man in Draconic, "Third uncle. He has the token of the previous patriarch. Take him to the Long family." What? The previous patriarch? The middle-aged man's expression turned solemn. He suddenly raised his hand, which transformed into a giant dragon claw. Capture Yi Fei. Longxing flew into the God-Fiend city. Only now did Qin Yi and Qin Jin gasp for breath. Their eyes flashed with anger. If it wasn't for the Long family's third elder, we would have captured Longxing and humiliated him. Qin Jun was very unwilling. Qin Yi's exquisite face flashed with coldness. Don't worry. The Long family won't be able to survive for long. However, I'm a bit concerned about the youth beside Long Xing. That person? Why should we care? We know Long Xing's weakness, but he still dares to fight us. That person beside him is so scared that he can't even say a word. Apart from his early-stage Tao Lord cultivation, he's completely useless. At the mention of Yi Fei, not only did Qin Zhen disdain him, but the other young masters and young mistresses also agreed. Qin shook her head and laughed. As the opening of the Fiend God Forbidden Land approached, was she also becoming oversensitive? Anyway, my sister, Qin Shi, has already used her beauty to find out all of Long Xing and the others' weaknesses. In this battle for the Forbidden Grounds, our Qin family will definitely be able to completely defeat that group of demi-dragons and then take over the Divine Devil City. Qin, he had completely calmed down. Due to the middle-aged man's forceful interference, these young masters and young mistresses no longer had any interest in going out of the city to have fun. Thus, they simply returned to the Divine Devil City. At the same time, Yi Fei was also brought to Long Xing's residence. Along the way, he saw many demi-dragons sparring with each other. These demi-dragons all had unique bloodlines of the dragon tribe, and were born with the ability to control lightning. There were even some who were born with 3 heads and 6 arms, and their close combat abilities were terrifying. When they saw Long Xing bringing outsiders in, many demi-dragon cast curious gazes over. Brother Yi, third uncle has already informed the clan leader about your matter. Now, we'll just stay here and wait for the clan leader to receive us, Long Xing said absent-mindedly. It was obvious that he was not in a good mood. Yi Fei knew that Long Xing was definitely not happy about the humiliation outside the Divine Devil City. He couldn't help but look around and say, Brother Long, is the Qin family very strong? I see that your dragon tribe bloodline is very strong. Why do you have to swallow your pride in the face of the Qin family? Even the middle-aged man who had attacked them had only taught them a lesson and not killed them. Was the mighty dragon tribe really willing to accept such humiliation? Long Xing's expression also became strange. Brother Yi, did the previous clan leader not tell you anything? Although we demi-dragons are born with strong bloodlines, there are also hidden dangers. That is, we can't perfectly merge the human and dragon blood in our bodies. Instead, it will form a certain Achilles heel. Once someone grasps this Achilles heel, they can easily kill us. The reason why I held back previously was because my Achilles heel had already been revealed to the Qin clan by the woman I love. At the same cultivation realm, even the weakest Tao Lord would be able to grasp my weakness and kill me. Long Xing's expression was extremely dejected. Yi Fei could understand his frustration. After all, his earthly sovereign bloodline also had a hidden danger. Moreover, it was more terrifying than the bloodline of demi-dragons because it was the curse of the ancient god. Without becoming an ancient god, there was no way to remove it. Is there no way to make up for this flaw? Yi Fei continued to ask. It's not that easy. The ancestors of us demi-dragons all had various bloodline flaws and were abandoned by the true dragon tribe. If you want to make up for this flaw, you either have to gain the recognition of the dragon tribe and be bestowed with pure dragon blood, or find the Demon Emperor scripture that was created by the primordial Demon Emperor. It said that the primordial Demon Emperor turned from a human into a demon. His Demon Emperor scripture has the incredible ability to merge with demon blood. Long Xing continued. Yi Fei's expression became more and more strange. He had been thinking about why the slovenly Taoist had asked him to come to the Divine Devil City. Could it be that the slovenly Taoist knew that he had obtained the Demon Emperor scripture, so he asked him to come and impart the Demon Emperor scripture to his people? Just as Yi Fei was thinking, the middle-aged man appeared again and said in a low voice, Come with me, clan leader. He will meet you in the innermost Dragon Palace. Dragon Palace? That's the highest standard of reception for us demi-dragons. Brother Yi, are you the illegitimate son of the previous clan leader? Are you here to acknowledge your ancestors? Also, I can faintly sense the aura of a demon dragon around Brother Yi. Roar? In the beast-marked space, while Xiao Qiao was sleeping and secretly eating spirit stones, the dragon turtle suddenly looked up with a guilty conscience and looked around. Yi Fei, who was walking in front, almost fell down. Long Xing's imagination was really terrifying. The dragon palace of a dragon clan was built with the bones of countless flood dragons. Although they had been dead for many years, Yi Fei could still feel the strong, murderous aura from the bones. There is no doubt that these flood dragons were extremely powerful demon beasts when they were alive. There were many Dao lords and even half-step divine lord flood dragons on the pillars of the dragon palace. These flood dragons were frozen on the pillars. Their scarlet eyes were like red gems that flickered with a faint bloody light. Their ferocious aura made many warriors feel weak in the knees. However, Yi Fei did not seem to see these flood dragons. As he walked, he commented, "These flood dragons are so fat. By the way, Blackie, don't you like to eat flood dragon meat the most? Why don't you eat dark stones in the future and eat flood dragon meat instead?" Roar. Hearing that Yi Fei suddenly wanted to eat their meat, the countless flood dragons on the pillars roared angrily. In the beast-marked space, the dragon turtle had tears on its face. It reluctantly spat out Rinzu's space belt that it had plundered from Blackie's mouth one by one. Every time it spat out a strip, the dragon turtle was heartbroken. Yi Fei, on the other hand, felt greatly relieved. This stupid turtle really thought that it had plundered Rinzu's treasures. He did not see it and even hid it from him. Oomph. Chapter 2493. Young Clan Leader, you are Yi Fei? This is the personal token of Clan Leader Long Tuo. What is your relationship with Long Tuo? As soon as he entered the Dragon Hall, he was questioned by a powerful divine lord. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man in black robes. He was a late-stage divine lord and was only a step away from becoming a half-ancestor. Like Long Xing, half-dragon people seem to be born with a sound wave ability. This ability could affect a cultivator's soul and make them speak the truth involuntarily. Yi Fei also felt his head sink. He could not help but say, "I have nothing to do with Senior Sword Demon. It's just that Senior Sword Demon wants me to save someone. I'm duty-bound to do so. That's why I came here under orders to find a location of the Dragon Chart Pavilion." Oomph. You are not even a half-dragon person, and yet you want to enter the Dragon Chart Pavilion. It seems that Long Tuo is really old. He actually acknowledged an outsider. However, Long Tuo is only the previous clan leader. His acknowledgement is not enough. You must have my acknowledgement before you can enter. The middle-aged man in black robes seemed to be resentful. This made Yi Fei mutter to himself. It was obvious that the slovenly Taoist Long Tuo had left the dragon tribe, entered the divine prefecture, and transformed into the eight-armed sword demon. It did not seem that simple. It also did not seem that easy to enter the Dragon Chart Pavilion. However, the slovenly Taoist was still counting on him to save the Ninth Heaven Swordmaster. He would not harm him. Yi Fei nodded. "Sure. What do I have to do to obtain your acknowledgement?" "It's very simple. Do you see those flood dragons? They are the guardians of the Dragon Chart Pavilion. If you defeat them, you will obtain their acknowledgement." The middle-aged man in black robes said coldly. It was obvious that he was still resentful. He did not treat Yi Fei well. Since their master had said so, the flood dragons that had been reared in captivity naturally sharpened their claws and scales. The leader stared at Yi Fei maliciously. Yi Fei smiled bitterly. "Senior, what do you plan to do? Why? Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then hurry up and leave. For the sake of the previous clan leader, I won't make things difficult for you." The black-robed middle-aged man couldn't wait to drive Yi Fei away. Yi Fei was even more speechless. "Senior, I'm not afraid. I'm just worried that I won't be able to hold back and injure these flood dragons." "Shut up. This honest man is detestable. It's one thing for him to be small and ugly, but he still dares to speak such arrogant words. Swallow him whole." Roar, roar, roar. Most of the flood dragons were hot-tempered. Yi Fei's words were even more arrogant and domineering, which infuriated all the flood dragons. The black-robed middle-aged man was also displeased. "Long Tuo, That old guy is getting more and more out of hand. Back then, he inexplicably made a fuss about going to the Divine Land to find a way to solve the hidden problems of our tribe. But after so many years, instead of returning, he sent an arrogant brat to do it. Does he really think that there are no dragons in our tribe? Rumble. Sword Chi whistled, and the dragon screamed. The black-robed middle-aged man suddenly saw a sea of sword light and blood appear in the dragon hall. Then, the flood dragons were smashed to the ground, twitching all over. The dozens of flood dragons that attacked Yi Fei were all smashed to the ground by Yi Fei's heavy sword in less than 10 breaths. The black-robed, middle-aged man's eyes almost popped out. Yi Fei was still calm, and a simple smile that was unique to honest men appeared on his face. "Senior, does this mean that I've received your approval?" This smile was very contagious, and the black-robed, middle-aged man smiled as well. Then, he flew into a rage out of humiliation and roared, "Bastard! Their trial was easy to pass, but the trial of this patriarch was not so easy. Defying Dragon's seal." Boom! The black-robed, middle-aged man suddenly formed a seal, and a black, defying dragon appeared. This defying dragon was heaven-defying. It was the reverse scale of a dragon, and anyone who offended it would be infuriated. The profound force fluctuations of a late-stage divine lord caused the entire dragon hall to shake violently. The flood dragons that were smashed to the ground were all grinning from ear to ear. They cheered. "The patriarch will definitely teach this arrogant brat a lesson. Strange. I smell a hateful aura on him. It's like the aura of the dragon turtle clan that was struck by lightning. Could this person be a dragon turtle spirit? If that's the case, we have to beat him to death." Roar. The hostile roars of the flood dragons came from all around. The dragon turtle in the beast mark space was so frightened that it didn't even eat its profound stones. It hurriedly burrowed in a Xiao Chao's bed to avoid being discovered by the other flood dragons. After all, dragon turtles and flood dragons were natural enemies. It was fine if they were stronger, but if they were weaker, the dragon turtle could only retract its tail and be a turtle. While the flood dragons were conversing, Yi Fei remained as still as a mountain. A phantom divine cauldron appeared in his hand, and he smashed it forward with all his might. The defying dragon that was charging at him had already been smashed to pieces. It roared and turned into a stream of light. The black-robed, middle-aged man who attacked also cried out in shock. Recently, news came from the Divine Continent. Something big has happened to the Earth Carnage proclamation of the Crimson Lunar Divine Dynasty. Not only did an ancient god awaken and turn into a corpse spirit, but it also destroyed half of Crimson Lunar Imperial City. There's also a young heretical demon named Yi Fei. He controls the regal celestial palace and is ranked first on the Earth Carnage proclamation. That person also seems to have a cauldron that can fight a divine lord. "Senior, I am Yi Fei. However, I'm not a heretical demon. I'm actually an honest person." Yi Fei's expression was a little dark, and he had no choice but to emphasize it again. The flood dragons also cast disdainful gazes at him. The dark force middle-aged man also looked at Yi Fei in disbelief. "You're actually Yi Fei. Now that the Crimson Lunar Divine Dynasty is looking for you all over the Divine Continent, you actually ran to the God-Fiend City. I understand what the previous patriarch meant. He wants you to come to the Dragon Clan to seek refuge. He doesn't really want you to join the Dragon Char Pavilion." The black-robed, middle-aged man directly confirmed Yi Fei's purpose for coming here. Yi Fei sneered in his heart. How could he not see that the black-robed, middle-aged man was actually afraid of letting him enter the Dragon Char Pavilion? However, the more this person was like this, the more Yi Fei was interested in the Dragon Char Pavilion. "Senior, you've misunderstood again. I'm not here to seek refuge. I'm here to make a deal with the Dragon Clan because of Senior Sword Demon." Yi Fei continued to maintain the simple smile of an honest person. The black-robed, middle-aged man also looked at Yi Fei with suspicion. "You want to use this deal to exchange for the right to enter the Dragon Char Pavilion? Young man, you're very ambitious." Yi Fei continued to smile. The greater one's ability, the greater one's ambition. "Senior, let's not beat around the bush. I heard that the Dragon Clan has been searching for the Demon Emperor scripture to solve the hidden danger of the Draconians fusing with the dragon's blood. I'm not talented, but I happen to have the complete Demon Emperor scripture." As he spoke, Yi Fei took out the Demon Emperor's scripture that he had snatched from Nalan Shui's hands. He only opened a page and let the black-robed, middle-aged man take a look. Then, he turned and left without saying anything. The black-robed, middle-aged man was angry and anxious. This kid was so arrogant, even when he was asking for help. However, for the sake of the Demon Emperor's scripture, the black-robed, middle-aged man still squeezed out a smile. Chapter 2494. Long Jiao. Nephew, since you've become the young clan leader, then we're a family. As the saying goes, a family doesn't need to be so formal. We, the Draconians, still need some time to cultivate the Demon Emperor scripture. However, we have no choice but to participate in the battle of the Fiend God Forbidden Land that occurs once every 10 years in the Fiend God City. Therefore, we'll leave this battle to you, young clan leader. Outside the Dragon Palace, Long Xing watched in disbelief as Yi Fei was not only invited into the Dragon Palace, but was also escorted out by the current clan leader, Long Guang, in an incomparably warm tone. Behind him was a large group of unfriendly flood dragons. What was even more exaggerated was that Yi Fei had somehow become the next clan leader of the Draconians. Long Xing was completely stunned. He suddenly prostrated himself in admiration of Yi Fei. Yi Fei was even more stunned. He vaguely remembered that he had come to look for the Dragon Chart Pavilion. How did he suddenly become a candidate for the clan leader of the Draconians and was even forcefully recommended to participate in the battle of the Fiend God Forbidden Land? However, Long Guang was indeed a member of the slovenly Taoist clan. The shamelessness of the two was completely compatible. Yi Fei did not even have time to ask before the Demon Emperor's scripture was taken away from him. He was also invited out by Long Guang. The only thing he received was the identity of a candidate for the clan leader and a token to enter the Dragon Char Pavilion. Brother Yi know, young clan leader, you're really amazing. Just a short while after you entered, the clan leader actually appointed you as the next clan leader. Tell me honestly, are you the illegitimate son of the previous clan leader? Don't worry, I'm a tight-lipped person. I promise I won't tell anyone else. Long Xing had a gossipy expression. Scrammed to the side. Yi Fei's face was dark. This Long Xing had even used a honey trap on the Qin clan and revealed his weakness. With his big mouth, it would be strange if he believed him. However, Long Xing's big mouth also had a benefit. Yi Fei probed. Long Xing, what kind of place is the Dragon Char Pavilion? The Dragon Chart Pavilion is the ancestral land of the half-dragon tribe. Only the tribe leader and the candidates for the tribe leader can enter. Long Xing's expression was serious. At the same time, he lowered his voice and whispered, Brother Yi, since you are not the illegitimate son of the previous clan leader, why did the clan leader choose you to be the next clan leader? This is very strange. We're my ass. I'll be honest with you. Actually, I'm not the illegitimate son of the previous clan head, but the illegitimate son of the current clan head. However, I was taken away by the previous clan head many years ago. Do you understand the reason? Yi Fei suddenly transmitted his voice mysteriously. What? Brother Yi, not only did you become the young patriarch, you're actually the illegitimate son of the current patriarch. Boom! Draconians had loud voices to begin with, and with Long Xing's big mouth, his voice was like thunder. His excited roar had been heard by the nearby Draconians long ago, and they quickly spread this explosive news. The entire half-dragon tribe was shocked, especially when they learned that Yi Fei had actually become the next clan leader. This made many people feel indignant. This news quickly reached the ears of a woman. This woman was called Long Jiao, and she was the daughter of the current clan leader. She was also the most promising candidate to become the next clan leader among the Draconians. However, not only had Long Jiao failed to obtain the position of clan leader, but she had also mysteriously gained an older brother or younger brother. Yifei also didn't know that Draconians were different from other races. Draconians only had one partner in their lifetime. When Yifei said this, Long Jiaojiao naturally misunderstood. She thought that Long Guang had betrayed her mother and actually had an illegitimate son outside. Long Jiaojiao was furious on the spot. Men, come with me to the Dragon Chart Pavilion. I want to see just what ability this younger brother or older brother has to dare snatch my position as clan leader the moment he returned. Thus, when Long Xing brought him to the Dragon Chart Pavilion, Yifei saw a woman with a beautiful dragon horn on her head. She was wearing dragon armor, and her beautiful eyes were glaring at him. You are Yifei, the illegitimate son that shameless old bastard Long Guang secretly gave birth to? That's right, big sis Jiao Jiao. This is Yifei. Speaking of which, you should call him Big Brother or Big Brother, Long Xing continued. The moment he said those words, Long Jiaojiao's face turned pitch black. Yifei's face turned ashen. He suddenly had the urge to beat Long Xing to death. He regretted making such a joke with Long Xing facing Long Jiaojiao's furious gaze. He could only brace himself and walk over. He said apologetically, Miss, you misunderstood. Actually, enough nonsense. Long Jiaojiao, will never acknowledge an older brother like you. If you want to enter the Dragon Chart Pavilion, you have to get past me first. Coiling Dragon Seal. Draconians were experts in seal arts. Long Jiaojiao had pushed the power of her seal arts to the limit. When she used her seal arts, she was able to draw upon the power of heaven and earth to create a divine ability. The image of a coiling dragon appeared in the air. It raised its head and roared as if it had a life of its own. It furiously charged at Yifei. Yifei could only bitterly smile. In the end, this was the Dragon Clan's territory. The dragon sect's anger was caused by his joke. How could he attack at this time? The azure dragon wings on his back flapped, and Yifei's figure charged into the distance. Seeing the divine ability Yifei used, the spectating Draconians all trembled. Many of them cried out, That's my Dragon Clan's dragon wing divine ability. It's just that it's not complete. It's been partially modified so that it can be used by humans as well. What human? That's the young clan leader. Didn't you sense the faint demonic dragon aura on the young clan leader's body? That dragon aura is a little strange. It seems to have the smell of a turtle. When I smell it, I think of those shameless dragon turtles that chased me everywhere when I was wandering the outside world. A certain dragon in human form had an unfriendly look on his face. Upon hearing this, the dragon turtle's head, which had just poked out of the beast mark space, quickly shrank back. It would rather not be attacked and starve. It had to keep a low profile. After all, the dragon that had spoken was a true divine lord. He was also the guardian of the Dragon Chart Pavilion. Seeing Long Jiaojiao attack Yifei, God Lord Flood Dragon still made a move to stop Long Jiaojiao, even though he didn't like Yifei very much. Since he is a clan leader candidate, he is the owner of the Dragon Chart Pavilion. Don't be rude. Long Jiaojiao was angry and anxious. She pointed at Yifei fiercely and shouted, What young clan leader? I haven't acknowledged him yet. Yifei, do you dare fight me? Whoever wins will be the next clan leader. Sorry, I'm not interested in you. Yifei glanced at Long Jiaojiao indifferently. After all, he still needed to stay in the half-dragon world. He couldn't be bothered to get into a conflict with Long Jiaojiao, so he simply turned around and left. He planned to wait for this fiery woman to cool down before entering the Dragon Chart Pavilion. After all this time, you're just a coward. What right do you have to be the young clan leader? What right do you have to lead us to participate in the battle in the forbidden land of the gods and demons? Long Jiaojiao's gaze became even more disdainful. There was a faint trace of disappointment in her eyes. Her elder brother was actually such a coward. You're tuning in to the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.